My name is Jojo again. I am ecosystem lead at Sattler. We're also building the Babylon ecosystem. We are the Babylon's restaking partner as well. So yeah, thanks again for coming. And without further ado, let's welcome our first keynote speaker, Vallejo from Tower.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, cool. Yeah, hi everybody. It's nice to meet you. My name is Vallejo. I'm one of the co-founders at Tower. We came out of stealth yesterday. I'll tell you a little bit more about it, but we're essentially going to be the first native DEX on Babylon. So the thing is, I think Babylon is poised to be the center of BTC-Fi, and in this city center of Babylon is obviously the Tower. So this is where we are positioning ourselves to be, to support all of BTC-Fi. And I think the trend is very clear. 85% of all of BTC-Fi liquidity is in Babylon right now. Granted, most of that is in LSTs, but we've seen with David's presentation yesterday that there's a very clear trend shift towards the Babylon Genesis chain playing a very crucial and integral part for the future of BTC-Fi. And I think Babylon is poised in a perfect position to actually take the crown as the center of BTC-Fi. On top of that, there's a big incentive to redirect and get their $5 billion of liquidity back into the ecosystem, back into the chain, in order to support partners such as us or SatLayer and all of the amazing LSTs like Lombard, Solve, or Lorenzo. Additionally, shared security providers have made many mistakes, I think as many of us are aware, in the last few years, and Babylon has learned from these mistakes and is actually going to focus on building their main robust ecosystem. And obviously, granted, if you want a robust ecosystem and you want a partner, the first stop is always the DEX. We are a partner for everyone who's going to be in the ecosystem naturally and want to help your token and you grow and succeed. So this is our introduction to Tower.fi. We've came out of stealth yesterday. It was amazing traction we got achieved. Thank you to the Babylon team as well for amplifying, and generally all our partners at BTC-Fi. It was a pretty exciting day for us, and it was especially awesome to see how quickly people really adopted and the understanding that there should be a center of the BTC-Fi. That BTC-Fi isn't just the word for Bitcoin exported into DeFi, but it can actually be its own entire ecosystem, perfectly positioned to capture this new asset class and this premier collateral, essentially, and unlock it for all of DeFi and crypto. Now, I'm not going to go into a history lesson, but you may know about the Tower of Babel, the biblical story. In that story, many people came together and wanted to build a grand tower that rises to the sky. If you read the entire story like me, you know that it doesn't end well because humanity actually overextended itself. We want to learn from this and be very calm and very not cocky in our approach and just be there to serve the entire ecosystem. We're not trying to overtower everyone and anyone. We are just positioning the center for all of you to come and gather together and work with us on really shaping this BSN and Babylon Genesis ecosystem. So to the actual schematics of our DEX, we're going to be a VE bribing DEX with a UniV3 style pool. So that allows people to essentially put the liquidity to use in a very efficient way, or full range if they don't. I think at this point everyone knows DEXs, so I'm going to keep this part relatively short. But the VE style model is especially interesting for very young ecosystems, especially if you have core support from the L1, which is what we have with Babylon. And once we get that flywheel started, I think there's going to be a lot of activity for people to either ARB the BTC LSTs or generally trade BVS and BSN tokens down the line. We're going to be there day one, already there for you. We're working with bridging partners on all sides and everyone to really make this a success. Doesn't work again? There we go, thank you. Okay, so I'm actually going to go a little bit into the bribing mechanics because I think that is significantly less known than the actual DEX mechanic. So what happens in a bribing system like this is that you essentially, on one hand, allow protocols to invest incentives specifically to the trading pairs they want to incentivize, and you allow anyone in the ecosystem to acquire voting power to direct our own token incentives, essentially what we are spending for your pools to gain liquidity. If you have a system and an ecosystem like Babylon, which is going to essentially start from zero when it comes to their tokens and the listing and the volume, this is going to create a pretty interesting flywheel in the early days where we can work with anyone to ensure that our emissions are directed to their pools and to ensure that there's adequate liquidity and yield for users to actually come in and trade your asset. We've positioned ourselves very clearly, attaching to all the existing Babylon partners, but also the other ecosystems which are going to want to flow to the Babylon Genesis chain. Obviously, with IBC, which is the bridging system we proudly work with since many years, coming from Cosmos originally, we're going to be able to connect to also many EVM chains. We're working with multiple partners there, Union and Skip, or rather ICL. Then on the other side, you're going to have the BSNs, obviously renting Bitcoin security, who are also going to be naturally incentivized to make sure that their trading pairs are also on the Babylon Genesis chain, given that all the rewards and all that activity is going to come there. And then obviously you saw SatLayer before, good partners of ours. We're going to help SatLayer. Oh, the slides changed? No. Can you go back? Thank you. And obviously with SatLayer, we're going to ensure that all of their BBSs are going to be supported on our platform as well. Now the next slide. Thank you. So what we can clearly see is there's different levels of association here. And I think that in the ethos of crypto, that is the only right way to go. You don't want to force anyone to join a platform or be listed somewhere where they don't want to be. You're going to have just different associations depending on how closely, how loosely, how independent, how dependent teams and projects want to be. But I think that there is a very interesting space here forming that is, in my opinion, severely underrated and under-acknowledged in its upcoming importance in the cycle, especially with regulatory tailwind for Bitcoin, and especially with native Bitcoin staking coming down the line to Babylon, which in my opinion is actually going to change the core focus from institutional staking to retail staking and then DeFi usage. We've already seen that a majority of the LSTs of Babylon are actually deployed in DeFi, which I think many people didn't expect to happen because they thought that it's going to end with staking. But I think that is a very clear example for us that the demand is there. And if an asset has a baseline yield of 0, it's going to be very interesting to outcompete that and very possible to outcompete that, especially with Tower in the center incentivizing your projects and your tokens to list. We are also in a very good spot already with planning. We've worked with Babylon extensively now for multiple months behind the scenes, working closely in collaboration and in partnership to ensure that this is going to be a very good launch. We're going to be there on day 1, hour 0, for anyone who wants to work with us on that front, and to just ensure that if anyone is looking to be working with Babylon, Tower is their partner, and Tower is going to be there. When it comes to bridging, I think that is an underrated aspect of new ecosystems. You want to make sure that you actually have multiple bridges also from the get-go. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to generate the influx into the ecosystem. Now I'm going to finish this off with a bold statement, and it seems to be a little bit cut off, but I'm stating that BTC-Fi is definitely the next big narrative. The asset issuance is going to be fueled by Babylon with the native staking module and even the current staking module. The liquidity will be deployed on Tower, the native DEX of Babylon, and the distribution is going to be driven through IBC to all of the BBSs, BSNs, and other ecosystems. So, are you launching a token soon? Are you trying to get into the Babylon ecosystem and looking for a partner to work with you and advise you and help you out there? Maybe even deploying a BSN or BBS? You should definitely talk to me. We are your friend here. We want to make sure that Babylon grows. We are definitely in the grow the pie mindset. This is a $1.6 trillion market cap asset. I think we actually have a very unique chance here to collaborate and make this a massive success for years to come, sort of going on each other's throats like a lot of ecosystems are currently doing. Wink, wink. So, thank you so much. Our handle is Tower on Twitter. I know, don't ask me, it wasn't cheap. And the website is tower.fi. Thank you all.
All right. We are going to start our first panel for today, BTC-Fi Leading the Revolution. Our speaker today is Seed from Bima Labs, Vallejo from Tower, and Antoni from Euler Labs, Ali from Valentis, and Venus from Avalon. The moderator today will be Elizabeth from Magic Eden. Welcome, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for showing up bright and early. Well, We're here. My name is Elizabeth Olson. I'm head of marketing for Bitcoin at Magic Eden. Quick introduction about myself. I was formerly on the founding team of Xverse Bitcoin wallet, onboarding over 1 million users to ordinals and runes there since the get-go. And previously, head of luxury marketing for Sotheby's Auction House in New York. And yeah, really excited to be here today with a number of legends up on stage. And I think just to get us started, let's go ahead and go down the line and introduce ourselves. I'd love to hear about what you're building on Bitcoin and how you got started in this space. We're actually actively meeting each other here on stage. So yeah, we'll go ahead and go down the line, starting with Venus.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Venus. I'm the co-founder of Avalon Labs. We are the world's largest Bitcoin-backed stablecoin, which is the CDP issuers, and we own the largest Bitcoin lending infra in the crypto now. We started the project in the beginning of last year, but before that, we already have a deep connection with the miners network in Asia. That's how we get support from them and the idea of building the amazing projects. I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, I'm Ali, head of growth at Volantis. At Volantis, we build custom DEXs and liquidity infrastructure. Right now, we're working on a multi-asset Bitcoin pool that is represented in a single token called NBTC, accrues trading fees and LST rewards for all those assets to that token. And what was it, my start in crypto?
Yeah, how did you get started in Bitcoin? Just
Okay, yeah.
the lore.
Funny question. I think a common story. I was in college in 2019, and me and my friends wanted to buy fake IDs. Naturally, the common way to pay for that is in Bitcoin. I bought a little bit extra, and the price went up like 4x a couple months after, and I was like, wow, like I should probably figure out what this thing is, and that kind of got me into smart contracts and everything else from there.
Did you hold?
Did I what?
Did you hodl?
Of course, to this day.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everybody. You obviously haven't just seen me on stage, but I'm Vallejo, co-founder of Tower, the native DEX on Babylon. I think I got into crypto around 2016, and for legal reasons, I can't say how I got in, but it involved something that goes from China to Europe. If you know, you know. But yeah, that was pretty exciting times to use Bitcoin, and I'm definitely happy to see more use cases nowadays.
Hey everyone, I'm the head of BD at Euler. We are a lending protocol today on ETH mainnet and various L2s. Very, very interested in what you guys are cooking at Babylon. I've been working crypto since 2018-19. What I can tell you is the first time I didn't buy Bitcoin, which was in 2012, I think. I remember very, very well because it was between buying Bitcoin and keeping the money for a music festival. And I obviously didn't buy Bitcoin back then. But luckily in the last 2 bear markets, learned my lesson and I did and I was a bit smarter. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Hi everyone, I'm Sid. I'm from Bima. We are a Bitcoin CDP that enables to borrow liquidity against Bitcoin and use it for several different yield sources across DeFi, CDFi, whatever the hell that is, and CeFi. We want you to basically be able to use your Bitcoin in whatever potential possible. I got started in Bitcoin in 2018, so I was in pre-calculus class, so I'm aging myself here, but I was in pre-calc class and my peers were like talking about buying Bitcoin. I was like, I want to build on it. So I just sent a bunch of LinkedIn DMs to a bunch of random people. One person responded, and he's the reason I'm here today. But my Bitcoin thesis was I had the opportunity to work under the legendary Tim Draper. Legendary, I'll put in his words, of course, not mine. But definitely super excited to be here. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, great. Well, Sid, since you have the mic, would love to hear more about what Bima is building. It sounds like Bima has been really instrumental in bringing Bitcoin to DeFi. What kind of capabilities are you hoping to unlock?
Yeah, so I have a little bit of a pseudo rant, but the biggest thing that we've seen in the stable ecosystem, it's really like look at the incumbents of the space and then look at the OGs of prior existing stablecoins. When I look at the Web 2 OGs, I like to call them Circle and Tether, they're really just Web 2 SaaS companies with a token around them. They were really prioritizing a lot of exchange liquidity ahead of any DeFi capability. So when you look at Morpho, Aave, who's building a lending protocol here again? You guys, yeah. Yeah, good luck with your APY and borrows rates. You know, those are expensive to borrow against Bitcoin, 13%, 20%. You know, you go to places with different scales of liquidity, there's a high cost of capital to issue and borrow against Bitcoin. When you are an L2, you know, you're paying tens of millions of dollars to Circle and Tether just to deploy the contract. You know, you talk to several different public miners out there that might spin out their own L2s. They're paying a lot. And the OGs have a different capability. Like, great, you have a low cost of capital to borrow against your sort of asset like ETH, but then what do you do there? Go to Aave. There's not much of a continuum of a product, and I think that's something that BIMA wants to achieve. We want to make sure that you can borrow against your Bitcoin at very low rates, cheap and variable over fixed. I know Avalon does fixed, we do cheap and variable, and one of the biggest things we want to enable is you have a suite of products that you can enable. So we work with several different types of, you know, integrations on DeFi and work with several different types of strategy managers to really help scale USBD. And I think that's really what, you know, I think a stable is the easiest way to use Bitcoin. I know I'm going to get some hate. I might get shanked out of here sometime soon. But I think it's the number one use case. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a huge need for the ecosystem, and so that's really exciting that this is something you're looking to bring. Antoine, Euler Finance has excelled in creating modular lending vaults for decentralized ecosystems. Can you kind of break down what that means exactly, and how you plan to leverage Babylon and building on this to integrate native Bitcoin into your vault system?
Great question. I actually don't really like the word modular, you're right, because it's a bit of a buzzword. For our case, in the case of Euler, when we say modular lending protocol, it means a flexible lending protocol. So what it means that in a couple of clicks, you can create any kind of market that you want. And on Euler, you can create, you know, a market that's very simple, let's say, you know, BTC to USD, or a very complex market, right, that has 50 assets that can be a collateral to one another, borrowed to one another, with whatever LTV, supply caps, oracle choices you want. Now, if I come and I focus on the Babylon ecosystem, having such a great amount of flexibility means that, you know, when we deploy on the Babylon chain, the so-called market curators or managers, which are risk managers and asset managers that create specific lending markets and run them, they can create markets that are tailor-made for the Babylon use cases and assets. So obviously, you can already think of a market where you can have all of the LSTs being able to borrow stable coins or native Bitcoin for various use cases, going long-short, for example, for those that are interested in that. Also, being able to borrow several times and loop. All of these things are just possible with the Euler infrastructure, and we're really excited to see what, you know, risk managers and curators that will build on top of Euler can launch for Bob. And the cool thing is that with this flexibility, the vaults and the markets can evolve. So as new projects come on Babylon, as new assets are listed, these builders can add them and can adapt the risk parameters like increasing supply caps and so on and so forth.
Okay, fantastic, thank you. I know we have such limited time, so I'm just going to keep going down the line, but would love to circle back on a lot of this. Vallejo, you just gave a fantastic keynote on what Tower is building, but would love to, just as a refresher, can you talk to us about the new trading experiences that you would like to bring with this DEX on Babylon, and what sets it apart from all the competition out there? I know there's like a lot of pushback often in terms of like building on Bitcoin and L2s, and you know, what do you think sets Tower apart in this way?
This is a good question. Oh, this is very loud. This is a very good question. I also want to quickly comment. You went to Drape University, me too, so we have to chat later, class of 2018. So yeah, you're right. DEXs definitely have a lot of competition, but I think that I want to look at BTCFi to make my case. Asset issuance is essentially always going to be the entry point, like a port city or like the Panama Canal, where you're going to have liquidity flow through and come in. Babylon is setting itself up to be the main asset issuance place for almost all of BTC that are going to be used in DeFi. I think that for institutional demand, custodians are great because they actually want them. That's why WBTC has a lot of liquidity, or generally a lot of Babylon's current liquidity are whales, though not all of them. And I think that is the showcase of the point I'm trying to make, which is I think we can think 100 times bigger in BTCFi. Once we have actual native BTC issuance in LST form from Babylon chain, with native bridging out, we're going to see an inflow of essentially competing with WBTC, in my opinion. I actually don't think Babylon competes with EigenLayer. That's my take. So when you're going to have this asset issuance happening, projects are going to want to be aligned with Bitcoin because it's essentially one of the only ecosystems at this point that isn't deeply political within crypto. What I mean by this is Solana hates ETH, ETH hates Solana, Cosmos hates everybody, everybody hates Cosmos, but everyone sells their tokens to buy Bitcoin when no one's looking. And I think that with that stark reality of essentially acquiring Bitcoin for your projects, either it's as security or as liquidity, our thesis is that being right there and also being an active partner that isn't deployed on 7 chains, or spread thin, but actually is there from day 0 and even months before Babylon announced their chain, already working behind the scenes, behind the trenches to just make sure that anyone who understands that this is the next thing can come to us and work with us so we can help you grow. And I think that deeply differentiates us. I don't think you need to revolutionize the swap interface to have a moat in this space. I think you just have to be present, focused, and understand where this future is going.
Wonderful. And just like backing up on that a little bit further, like bigger picture, what do you think, you're taking this leap of faith coming to bring Bitcoin to DeFi. Bitcoin in general, like why do you think this is so important? Because already so many people, they love to hold their Bitcoin. They're not necessarily borrowing, lending, and do this kind of trading. So what kind of challenges do you foresee there? And how do you think you're going to be attracting more developers to be building?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So 2 trains of thought here. I think that if you were to talk about percentages, I don't actually think a massive percentage of Bitcoin users are going to use DeFi. But when you talk about absolute numbers, it is 60% of the entire crypto market cap. It's $1.6 trillion. And I think that if you look at how much Bitcoin has already entered DeFi, even with the current trust assumptions, considering that Bitcoin is the most risk-averse ecosystem, in my opinion, I think the trend is very clear that there's going to be a ton of demand for that across the line. And the second benefit I think that it has across other ecosystems is that the baseline yield is 0. And some people think that that's actually a problem, but I think that is the most bullish thing about Bitcoin because it's very easy to outcompete 0% yield. I think that's going to make Bitcoin security be the most rented security in the entire space because Bitcoin is a more pristine collateral asset than any other token. And it's also going to be cheaper to acquire because the baseline cost is 0. So I think that's going to be the big trends that are going to really make Bitcoin grow. And on the VM side, I think that we are reaching critical mass for Solidity. It's still a young space. I think we have less developers than Facebook, so that might change. But as of right now, I don't think the reintroduction or introduction of a new programming language is going to be the way to scale Bitcoin. I think understanding that you're going to have smart contract platforms of languages that people already code in is going to be the growth for Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the possibility to unlock so much potential there is massive, especially when we're thinking like what DeFi has done on other protocols. And if you bring this to the mother chain, even if we have a fraction of the success, it would be really, really pivotal for the entire ecosystem. Ollie, would love to hear from you as well. I know Volantis has been building, making waves and its approach on Bitcoin's liquidity. Just curious around like what kind of innovative methods that you're using to employ and increase Bitcoin's utility in DeFi in general.
Yeah, it's a good question. You can think of this NBTC pool as like the next generation of StableSwap. by having support for any number of assets and number of assets for NBTC. You can have direct swaps between all of them. We actually don't price things based on the available reserves in the AMM. We're pricing based on the solvency of each particular BTC asset, so everything's priced individually. We're setting risk bounds within the pool to have the proper asset weightings, and then the fees we can charge as a result of that pricing to incentivize the right asset weights, we're seeing are coming out to something like 1/100th of what you would get on a Curve or a Uni V3. That allows us to be one of the best venues, if not the best venues, for BTC teams looking to bootstrap their BTC derivatives. And then for users, they're able to come in, provide liquidity, hold a single NBTC asset, get exposure throughout all of BTC5 for that ecosystem, and also accrue trading fees in the process.
Incredible. And would love to hear from you as well, Venus. So with Avalon's focus on lending and borrowing, how does integrating with Bitcoin's security model change the landscape for financial services in DeFi?
Yeah, that's a great question because security is always the most important part. Bitcoin's security rooted from its proof of work consensus and massive hash rate, and with its 15 years of the track record. So Avalon, we leverage this advantage to build our own Bitcoin-backed asset class and our ecosystem, just like our stablecoin USDA, which underpin the lending and the borrowing activities. So in Avalon, we manage over 2 billion of the asset, but actually, thank you, Bitcoin has over trillions of the assets. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can onboard more collateral. And then more collateral would mean more liquidity and potentially better rates for the borrowers. So for us, the lending and the borrowing activities can be go even further to be boosted in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So we took a different approach to ensure the security, such as we implemented the isolated market mechanism, and we used a different the Oracle price feed to maintain the price stability to prevent any unexpected issue. I know Antonin, you guys are building the modular lending protocol. I think that's really interesting because I think lending protocol always bears some risk. So no matter under what kind of tech infra, as long as we can figure out a way to ensure the securities in the ecosystem, that's the most important part. Yeah, so would love to chat more afterwards. Thank you.
Yeah, and just while you still have the mic, as we go our way down, would love to hear from you also what you're thinking in terms of how you see Bitcoin holders actively using Bitcoin DeFi. How do you see this shifting it at scale? You know, right now, I think there's a lot of like a niche group of people who are like, oh, this could be a huge unlock because they're dabbling in other protocols and chains, and they're seeing like, okay, this could be a major use case for Bitcoin as well. What do you think is going to be the catalyst for that shift for Bitcoin holders all around the world?
Yeah, just based on the Bitcoin proof of work mechanics, there is an advantage to bring the Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem into scale because like in Avalon, we accept the Bitcoin as collateral to allow the users deposit their Bitcoin into a custodian wallet. So the asset is safe, they can store in the custodian wallet, but on top of that, they can use our USDA, our stablecoin, as an intermediary to do the transaction, like gaining liquidity or getting the yield opportunities. So from there, we can ensure the security, but on the other hand, we can have a large scale side to expand into EVM or even non-EVM ecosystem. We can do much more than Ethereum-based DeFi game because in the Ethereum side, there's a lot of smart contract risk or network congestion that could spook users. So I think Bitcoin ecosystem actually reduce the vulnerability and potentially have large scale potential than other ecosystems.
Super, thank you so much. And Ali, kind of a curveball, but I'm just kind of curious, like, what's your take on, yeah, all the developments that are happening right now in the U.S.? I'm not sure exactly where you're based, where your company's based, but how do you see regulations like, you know, with a new startup, you have a lot of exciting things coming for Bitcoin DeFi. How do you see that affecting your company in terms of jurisdiction and regulations? Are you bullish around you know, what's happening with the new administration? Do you think this is a good or a bad thing for crypto in terms of, yeah, what sort of things this could unlock for the ecosystem for builders?
You're asking me or Ali?
Sorry, Ali, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like to date, it's definitely been like a sort of double-edged sword thing. I think what we've seen with kind of like a sigh of relief from a lot of different companies, as well as like, you know, just more crazy things happening, people launching tokens, all this stuff. I think for us, the biggest thing is like, I feel like a lot of crypto startups build with this sort of like tension of like, we don't really know what the framework is yet,
Right.
but we know that there will be one, and once it comes, we don't want to be on the wrong side of it. It feels like now with a lot more relaxation around that and a lot more clarity on just the way things are going to head, a lot of teams are just taking this breath of relief and able to build with a lot more confidence. That's how we feel, kind of. I don't think it's changed our mission at all. I think it has just given us more confidence in what we're doing and allowed us to just be full steam ahead on everything we want to build.
Yeah, I think, did you have a comment too, Venus? I didn't want to cut you off, but what's your take, even like philosophically, you know, do you think it's bullish that different governments are interested in buying Bitcoin, and do you think this is going to be a bullish case for us builders, you know, building out some institutional use cases?
I feel like you can read my mind because our milestone in this year is to extend our approach to institutional clients and embracing the compliance. That's exactly what we are going to do this year because we think compliance is a good thing, especially under the Trump administration. We think at least we have 4 years window to get things done. In the meantime, we can acquire license and to get the compliance, but in the meantime, to continue scale up without the scare from the government.
Yeah, absolutely. Did anybody else want to have a take on this? And just feel free.
I think everybody has a take on Trump.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think that
Not to get political.
Not to get political. I think we're going to go from orange man to orange coin. I think that the real trend here is going to be that all the rails are going to be set for essentially adoption that is just not going to be able to be taken back with executive orders down the line. Do I like what happened with meme coins? I don't know. Clearly not. I think that you always have a pendulum, and we've been way too far on this side for very long, and now we might go a little bit too far to this side. And I think in crypto regulation, again, specifically not political, just in crypto, that too far meant like meme coin insanity. Like, you know, I think years ago we couldn't even have dreamt of like a president launching a coin. And then we had two that both were rugs. And I think we have to acknowledge that we maybe went a little bit too far here. But at the end of the day, what this shows is the SEC has stopped the cases against Coinbase, right, against Uniswap as of yesterday. The announcement of regulation for the LA cabal has been announced, and people love it. People love it. I think 2 years ago, if the SEC would have said they're going to enforce something in crypto, people would have hated it. And now people love it because we've swung back. So I think it's bullish.
Right, yeah. Do you think, well, I don't want to ask too much about price action, but you know, do you think we're in a bull or a bear right now?
I think there's a bear trap. We are in bull. We're having a little cool off. I think that generally the 4-year cycles are probably not going to happen the same way because we now have institutional capital, but I don't think there's a bear.
Bear trap. I like that. That's fresh.
It's hopium.
Yeah. Circling back to just like building on Bitcoin, and Antoine, I wanted to hear from you also, like what opportunities or challenges are you facing in particular right now with your finance and permissionless lending and borrowing? Like what challenges do you foresee in the near future for yourself and maybe for some of your partners?
Yeah, look, the biggest problem is the following. If you look at DeFi Llama the curve of total TVL and all of DeFi, we are today at the same place where we all were in the last cycles. But during this time, there's been 100,000 new chains and 100,000 million new apps. And that's a bit of an issue, right? Because we're all circling around and chasing the same pot of money. So this is, for me, the biggest challenge. And what we should all focus on is how do we allow new users to come in. So meme coins was one angle. I don't think the balance is totally negative because it got a lot of people to understand how easy it is to use crypto. But what I really believe that we should, start focusing on is integration with fintechs that are starting to offer crypto to their users, payment platforms as well, and obviously all of the TradFi players that are slowly coming in. If I just focus on Bitcoin specifically, I am extremely bullish and optimistic for the very simple reason that every single person on the planet knows about Bitcoin and has a fairly positive image of it. I mean, it's more famous than Coca-Cola or Nike or anything. And there is no other financial, store of value, asset, whatever you want to call it, that is that famous, right? So, like every single thing that people own and want to own, at some point they will start asking for things to do with it. And this is where environments like Babylon and apps like Avalon, Euler, and many others come into play. So it's going to happen. It's going to be really transformational. All the rails are here. We just have to wait, I think, for serious, incredible customer-facing applications to integrate with everything that we're building so that the users can earn yield on their Bitcoin or use it as collateral to borrow or swap it or anything without even knowing that it exists. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point. Like Bitcoin as a brand, and especially through a marketing perspective, is known worldwide. It's a household name at this point. But interestingly enough, we're still not seeing this adoption, even with this kind of mini pseudo bull run that we're experiencing. Okay, we had a major milestone in Bitcoin hitting over 100K. But interestingly enough, the Google search for buy Bitcoin hasn't increased with that. So I think a lot of people, we think that, oh no, did our thesis play out with things like ordinals and runes? But actually, we have yet to hit this hyperbolic bull run. When we see something like a 4x like we saw in previous cycles. So I think it is really interesting to see how this might play out in the future, and it's, if anything, quite optimistic and bullish for us as builders going into the space and into these next months. So Sid, wanted to circle back with you and also kind of ask a similar question, like what kind of challenges do you foresee for builders right now? Any advice that you could lend to those out there that are currently building on Bitcoin and particularly with the DeFi lens?
Yeah. When I worked for Tim, he's known for saying a lot of wild things, but one of the most important things that someone had quoted him on was he had said that regulations smoothen innovation. Then he tweeted it out and he said, that's not what I said. I said regulations smother innovation. And I think the only thing more volatile than Bitcoin right now is the American political ecosystem. Because the biggest thing that you're going to see is that you want all these companies to come to you and domicile in the United States. They're not going to. This 4-year cycle's up. Who's up next? Who's up next to bat? It's not about who's up now, who's next to bat. Because if you're looking for a domicile, like there's so many of these gray area, gray zones, safe havens. You have Singapore. You have Dubai. That was a Commonwealth incorporation structure. Panama's in this. The only thing I knew about Panama before was the canal. They're playing in this as well. The lack of regulation was the thing that you could find a way to navigate around this. So I think that's the biggest thing that I've seen there. And I also want to say that it has less to do with tech in all of these things. It has less to do with tech in all of these cases. Just because I fork Tether tomorrow doesn't mean I'm going to get $140 billion worth of volume. It's never the tech for any of these things. Does it work? Yes. How do we distribute it? And it's a geographical emphasis. A lot of people say that Americans, the expression is, Americans bought their Bitcoin, the Asians mined it. And it's an entire component about understanding who is the actual demographic that you're trying to cater to. because there are people here that are paying money out of their pocket to buy it. Asia's been mining this for ages. They have the energy laws that have been able to help them scale for several years. So, I think it has less to do with the BTC-Fi builders. It's to understand that you're building a company at the end of the day. You really are. You like to say, there's a lot of buzzwords we like to use to interchange these things. I'm building a protocol. You're building a company. it's the staking. You're just removing the token from supply. There's so many different types of nuances that we kind of have to get around. My advice for BTC-Fi, and I have to take my own advice, of course, but my advice for a lot of the people building on BTC-Fi is build a company. Build a company. Stop focusing on building a protocol. Focus more on building a company. And I'm very biased here. I am building a stablecoin and wearing a Chelsea scarf right now. But I have to tell you very honestly, like it's when you look at these use cases, you should focus less on there's a lot of this community hype thing that people just use to farm the air. And the number one thing I'd like to say is that if you do not know where the yield from the protocol comes from, you are the yield of the protocol. So I think it has more to do with just focus on building a product, distributing it, understanding your customer demographic, very easy, basic things that you've seen in the Web 2 space, and make sure that you could use the regulations to your advantage. But I think my advice is just be a paranoid founder.
Yeah, no, that's great advice. We're coming up the last few minutes of this panel, so maybe Antoine, and then just going down the line, would love to have some other final words from each of you. I think it's particularly around like the trends that you're seeing and how you're trying to position your initiatives to be at the forefront of these trends. How do you stay ahead of the puck?
If I just speak about the tiny niche of lending, I think what protocols should focus on, whether it's on Babylon or anywhere, is first capture the existing audience. So first try to get TVL from degens and existing people that actually use these sort of things, and then try to go after the big institutionals and the fintechs and whatever I talked about. So this is really what Order is focused on in terms of trends. Like, it's always the same trades that exist in credit and in yield, whether it's in TradFi or in DeFi. So we focus on this robust tech, solid partnerships, and yeah, capture your existing audience and then go for the bigger things.
Yeah, I've been bull posting the entire day, and I'm not going to stop. I think that we are thinking way too small about BTC-Fi. I think we can legitimately 100x the idea because we're now going to build all the rails to export Bitcoin everywhere in an actual way that fits the crypto ethos. Additionally, with this, we've had massive advancements on bridging infrastructure, which is a clear trend to me towards abstraction away from actual chains. I made the case a couple years ago on CoinDesk that IBC is going to abstract chains away and end ecosystem tribalism, because I think that chains are going to just morph into how the end users see servers or cloud providers like AWS or Azure. They're not going to care where the website is going to be hosted. They want to press the blue link. And I think the trend we're going to see here is that you're going to do significantly more than just token transfers to bridges. You're going to do general message passing, you're going to do actual swap passing, you're going to do intent passing. So what I really see happening here as a trend is that Bitcoin and BTC-Fi has two goals here. One is we should all focus on the issuance and the distribution of Bitcoin. And number two is we should all focus on abstracting away the destinations so that a swap or a loop with Euler, for example, could be actually started from Arbitrum and routed to Tower, because we have the deepest liquidity for that BTC derivative you want to trade, and then routed back to where you actually want to do the loop. And I think that once we reach that stage, we're actually going to be in a significantly better spot to onboard users, because they're not going to have to know that there's 5 cloud providers / 5 different chains.
I think for us, when we first learned about the concept of yield on Bitcoin, it was really captivating to us. And then when we looked into all the different ways it's being expressed, it became pretty overwhelming. And we think that that's something that's still really important. It's something that all DeFi ecosystems need to be thinking about unlocking. The challenge is that all these different teams have challenges in bootstrapping their liquidity efficiently against the 10 other LST assets or wrap BTC or whatever else. And the users are faced with a massive list of different assets and which one to pick for the trade-off they're looking for. we're looking to help those teams, give them the best possible venue to have the most liquid asset and be most integrated into the ecosystem. And we're also looking to provide those users with the easiest way and the highest yield way to get yield on their Bitcoin while maintaining their exposure. Another thing is everything we build has a very high emphasis on modularity and composability. So we're always thinking about new features as the BTC-Fi ecosystem develops to advance these products more and more. For example, one of the things we're thinking about now is having the reserves in our pool be lent out into lending markets. So probably relevant conversation for us to have as well. As things develop, as things get pushed forward more and more, we want to be at the forefront of taking advantage of these different pieces of BTC-Fi and integrating them into this sort of infinite NBTC liquidity pool.
I think Bitcoin finance will become mainstream in the next cycle after everyone fully understands the product market fit. So in this cycle, Avalon already built the largest lending and the stablecoin infra in the Bitcoin ecosystem. Before the next cycle comes, we will prepare for the compliance and file the first fund with the SEC. So we will be the pioneer to bring the Bitcoin, on-chain Bitcoin-backed asset into daily life to crypto and the non-crypto users, because we believe the way to achieve the massive adoption of crypto is to utilize Bitcoin as a bridge, because Bitcoin is the only cryptocurrency has the global consensus. So yeah, Avalon will become the pioneer, getting everything prepared.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all so much for coming up here and sharing some fantastic takes today. Please, everyone, feel free to connect with all of our panelists. They're very open to chatting with you and connecting around building on Bitcoin. And likewise, Magic Eden, we're the #1 Bitcoin DEX, and very happy to be chatting with anyone out there that'd like to build with us. Yeah, so thanks again for your time.
Thank you.
We have Magnus from Interchain Labs, Mista from Initia, Nick from Celestia, and Aaron from Osmosis, and Clayton from Babylon. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Welcome, everybody. As introduced, I'm Magnus. I'm the co-CEO of Interchain Labs. We build most things Cosmos when it comes to the core tech stack, so the Cosmos SDK, Comet BFT, IBC. And joined here with wonderful panelists. So I guess just to start this off, I'd love to just go down and have you guys give very quick intros. Maybe starting over here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mista from Initia. I do growth and marketing. Initia is a layer 1 that acts as an orchestration layer for teams to come on and deploy their own app chains. These can be done in EVM, MoveVM, and Cosmosm.
Hey, Aaron Kong with the Osmosis team, do growth and strategy on the side. Osmosis is just like a DeFi hub within the Cosmos. I'm also an advisor with the Mantra chain, which is like an RWA layer 1 that's also launched in the Cosmos.
I'm Nick from Celestia Labs, and Celestia is a layer 1 chain that is built for a roll-up centric future. So we think that applications will be built as their own blockchains with full stack customizability, and they'll want to inherit security from an extremely scalable, simple modular layer 1. So that's what we're building.
Yeah, and I'm Clayton, head of BD at Babylon Labs.
Excellent, wonderful. So I guess to start, there's this perception around Bitcoin that it is a stagnant asset, that it sort of lives on Bitcoin, that it's very tough to get deployed into DeFi or active. I'd love to hear what are the ways that your projects or ways that you believe we can address that and get it deployed into DeFi, get it active, get people using it?
Maybe I'll jump in first. Like, one of the big things that we've been trying to push at Osmosis is this Bitmosis narrative. Why is it called that? Well, I don't know, it just kind of flowed. I think Sonny just tweeted it one day, and we're just like, oh, all right, we'll run with it. But let's say, like, wind back 2.5 years ago, Axelar is bringing over the WBTC, which is wrapped Bitcoin issued by BitGo, a centralized, custodied by BitGo form of Bitcoin that is just deployed to Ethereum. And this is back then the only one that had large distribution. So we need this. We need something in Cosmos. We need people to be able to trade Bitcoin in Cosmos. Okay, this is the one we go to. So for the longest time, it's just wrapped Bitcoin bridged from Ethereum. Over time, there were different forms that came, such as natively issued wrapped Bitcoin in Cosmos via BitGo with Osmosis. And then there's the nomic Bitcoin, ICP, CK, BTC, and then there'll be many others. But the whole goal was that we wanted to be able to have different ecosystems bringing in their Bitcoin, however they're getting theirs. We don't really care how they source this, assuming it's credible and secure. Bring it in. We created this alloyed asset so that users don't have to worry about what is that canonical Bitcoin on Osmosis. And the goal is to make that the canonical Bitcoin for the entire Cosmos as well, and that the UX just gets better. Now, early on, this had a lot of pushback. People like Zaki and a lot of people on Twitter just this is a terrible idea. It's never gonna work. It sucks. We're like, maybe, but we should try. And then it ended up working pretty well. In February this year was the highest Bitcoin volume on Osmosis in history. So it's going pretty well.
I think the question is we could always bridge. So Bitcoin does not have functionality on the L1 to do DeFi and things like that. So Bitcoin is sort of this pet rock, at least when it lives natively on Bitcoin for now. But there has been, as he mentioned, the ability to bridge Bitcoin to other chains and do DeFi things ever since basically wrapped BTC became a thing. But so then the question is, as far as I understand, the actual adoption of all of these bridged forms of Bitcoin has been pretty abysmal. There hasn't been that much value actually bridged to be used in DeFi. And so the question is it that people don't actually want to use Bitcoin for DeFi, or is it that Bitcoiners are not willing to accept the sort of security centralized sort of low security centralized bridging that is currently available? And so the interesting thing is with modularity and rollups and the ability with BitVM to actually have a trust minimized bridge with Bitcoin, can we actually create real Bitcoin DeFi? And I think that's still to be seen, but I'm optimistic that could be the thing that makes a difference.
Yeah, I think similar point, but there's lack of standardization, I think, that makes doing something quickly with Bitcoin as an asset on other layers a little extreme, and in terms of it's much different than bringing ETH from an OP stack rollup or an Arbitrum rollup. And there's plenty of bridge hacks in general. And so how do you make this idea of bridging Bitcoin from the Bitcoin network to somewhere else something that's commonplace and has some standardization that would be similar to bridging above Ethereum, for example? And to be honest, that just isn't the case, and there's not a lot of quality UX in the space, at least in the past. And at least with the staking functionality that we've built at Babylon, right? We hope that applies some level of standardization for the future, which we hope asset issuers can leverage to build on top of and mint representations of that stake position elsewhere.
Yeah, I think I'm not convinced that people actually really care, or that you need a good Bitcoin to Ethereum bridge, or Bitcoin to Osmosis bridge, or whatever. I think for me, as a primary speaking about the user side of things, if I can trade an asset that's just tied to an oracle, something on Hyperliquid, or if I can if I can use it in some way, shape, or form, it doesn't matter to me if it's native, as long as it's still pegged and it's relatively safe and secure. I think WBTC kind of has been on the Ethereum side. So yeah, I just don't like the idea of it staying stagnant, I think is valid, and I think there's a strong argument for why it should continue to be that way and not be used in DeFi natively.
Interesting. So sort of what I heard from there is there was a huge security issue for a long time about people feeling confident, and there's also just been a lack of good UX around using Bitcoin outside of BTC natively. I guess getting into that a little bit more, so everyone here is using Cosmos technology in some way to build an application, right, and a platform. So Celestia, is building an entire ecosystem on top of, but the L1 itself is on the Cosmos technology, Babylon, Osmosis, Initia. Is this a coincidence, right? I'm curious, is this technology stack actually set up to be something that fits in well with the Bitcoin, renaissance, to use the name of the event, coming alive and out of Bitcoin? Are there security properties that actually lend itself well to that? Very curious.
I mean, I think there's like an interesting, connection between the Cosmos ecosystem and Bitcoin in general. I mean, there's a bunch of like Bitcoin maxis that we're building at the ICF for a while. I mean, Sunny's one of them from Osmosis, and I think it's the sovereign nature of the asset, or like the sovereign nature of the chain, and there being a lot of similarities there, from an idealistic perspective of like being non-custodial, doing whatever you want on your chain, et cetera, et cetera. And so there's a natural like path to seeing a lot of Bitcoin issuance going towards Cosmos-based chains, because I think the user and the developers like share that same like ideal of like what the future of crypto will be.
I think one interesting connection or overlap between Bitcoin and Cosmos is that Bitcoin is in some sense the original app chain, if you will. It has scripting, but it doesn't have a full-fledged VM, and it's really just like meant to be digital gold. And it has clarity that that's its use case, and it's kind of just like stuck with that. And I find that interesting because, I think like Cosmos is the premier stack for launching app chains, and so it's kind of like a full circle moment of like coming back to the original way that blockchains were built for like a specific purpose. Celestia is, I wouldn't call it an app chain, but it is similar in that it's like very limited in its scope. Like it knows what it wants to do, it just specializes in that.
I think one thing on the Osmosis side, like maybe zooming out, we look at what was the money of Cosmos starting from the beginning, maybe like 3 years ago. And I think the monies back then were basically like either Atom or Osmo. And I say this because of the pairings. Similar to how every single asset in the industry, well, most, have a pairing to Bitcoin. And if you zoom out even further, and people that aren't in crypto, like everything's manipulated. When Bitcoin goes down, everything goes down with it. And what they don't understand is there's a pairing effect. Everything is tethered to Bitcoin. Bitcoin goes down 10%. Something that is priced in Bitcoin goes down 10%. So this kind of happened back in like early days Cosmos as well, because everything was paired to Osmo or Atom. But the logic here is that I'm kind of getting as, does it make sense for the money of Cosmos to be Atom or Osmo? Maybe, I think many people argue for Atom. But then on the Osmosis side, like what we want is that there should be an alternative. And certainly at least a robust alternative. Right now that's USDC as well. Bitcoin's kind of starting. You saw Stargaze, maybe it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. They paired a lot of Star tokens to Bitcoin. And right now the recommended pairings are Bitcoin and USDC, just like it is on exchanges. And the idea is that you kind of like, instead of being isolated only the price action within the Cosmos, you become, more associated with the price action of like or not USDC, but like you're not locked into a dumpage of Osmo or Atom. But Bitcoin is more acceptable in this scenario. So like there's still room for Atom to be a money of Cosmos as well, but we shouldn't neglect Bitcoin as a money. And I think there's room for the taking. It's like, who is doing this in the industry, or what ecosystem is? And there isn't really, because there's no like replicable ecosystem that's like Cosmos. So Cosmos can take this and potentially become this huge base layer DeFi for Bitcoin. And we have Babylon. Osmosis is pushing for it heavily, and teams are wanting to pair with Bitcoin as well nowadays.
I guess to go into that a little bit deeper, we also have this concept of Bitcoin security, right? And in Cosmos, there's a potential model here for dual security. where you could use, for example, your native staking tokens, but then in addition use Bitcoin through Babylon in this case. I'm curious to hear, so also referencing the question before of how do we get Bitcoin into either Cosmos L1s or into Celestia rollups, is having Bitcoin security going to, first of all, do you think people will want to do that? Would you want to do that? And do you think that Bitcoin users actually really look for that and will want to see that in order to deploy their Bitcoin?
I think that's potentially a good narrative, actually, that I haven't actually thought of. It's like, how do you market to these OG Bitcoiners? I've gone to, in April, I went down to Puerto Rico and spent a lot of time with like the Bitcoin Magazine team, like brainstorming ideas for like their hyper Bitcoinization push. And this is like a word they use, like hyper Bitcoinization. They're obsessed with it. And how do you like market to them? Because they're so OG and they're so obsessed with this only Bitcoin, anything and everything, that you have to actually like go under them, and you can't be an equal to them. You have to be under their narrative. And it's like, well, if your project or your app or your DeFi is secured by Bitcoin, potentially this is like a really good way to reach those people.
I also think it's similar to I mean, like when Solana was going live in the early days, people thought like ETH was going to be this like money thing that's going to be bridged over, and obviously it's like not really the case. Everyone uses Sol or stablecoins, and it's similar for like Sui now. Like they built a bridge to get ETH over, and like that didn't really become a big thing either. And I think part of that is because that asset isn't being used for anything outside of the idea of it being moneyness. But it doesn't really become like a thing of value if there's something that represents that on the chain that is actually being leveraged for something else, which could be security, right? So I think over time, if people do start to integrate as a Bitcoin secured network, there's so much of more of an interest for Bitcoiners to actually engage on those protocols. But TBD.
Yeah, I think this actually kind of connects to the first point about like why has Bitcoin not like had more penetration into DeFi, and maybe it is kind of like an alignment thing. It's like, fuck no, I'm not bridging my Bitcoin over to Ethereum or some other chain that's independent. Like I want to use something that's like somehow connected or aligned with Bitcoin. And so maybe using Bitcoin-based security is one way to like achieve that alignment.
I'm curious, Nick, like how do rollups generally choose their security assumptions? What are the things that go into that for them?
Like what's sort of like the decision tree for them on like choosing what DA layer to use essentially, or? Yeah,
DA layer, sort of token security, any kind of like restaking. What generally goes into their decision-making model?
So a lot of the teams that we talk to, a lot of it comes down to scale. Like, can the DA layer that they're considering actually scale to meet the potential growth of their application? Because they don't want to build somewhere where they hit throughput constraints essentially. So that's a big one. But I think also there's some alignment aspect of it as well, where it's like, oh, we're socially aligned with Ethereum, therefore we want to use Ethereum, or something that's perceived as aligned with Ethereum. I think that's starting to fade, though. Like, I think that's becoming less and less relevant over time. And I think it will eventually probably become more of a product thing. But I don't know, like if your whole application exists to service Bitcoin as an asset or like the Bitcoin community, then I think alignment is something that probably is sticky and like won't change long term.
Awesome. Cool. So I guess when it comes to L1s consuming Bitcoin security, I'm curious about this concept of the L1 premium, right? Which we've heard a couple times. I've heard mentioned. I don't think anybody can quantify it. Perhaps it doesn't exist. Perhaps it does. I'm not sure. But does leveraging security of a different asset like Bitcoin at all affect the sovereignty of an L1? Does it make it less sovereign, more sovereign? I'm curious to hear, as L1s, sort of how you think about that.
I think it depends on what your long-term goals are, right? I mean, I think there's scenarios where this may not make sense for some people. But also at the same time, like depending on what layer one you are, what app chain you are, it does make a lot more sense, right? I think RWAs are a great example. Market cap of this space is maybe like $2 trillion now. I haven't looked at the price recently, but the market cap of U.S. housing market is like over $100 trillion, right? So you kind of do eventually, if you think that you're going to bring a lot of real world assets and issue them on chain, having some sort of dual consensus and that security setup makes sense. And then leveraging an asset that is a proof of work asset, where it's like actually not bound by any other consensus protocol, makes a lot of sense as well, because then you're just like making it harder to maliciously attack the chain.
I couldn't really hear too much of that, but I think the audio is just really bad. But I would actually maybe ask, could that question be the opposite, as in having Bitcoin security actually makes you more sovereign? And I'm technically not the smartest, but my question would be, can you another validator on a chain, but like that has more power maybe, and thus you just view it that way, and then it doesn't change the sovereignty of the L1 in this manner. If anything, it just gives it more sovereignty. Is that a bad take, or is that potentially logical? Yeah. Or is that just a good marketing standpoint?
I think it's all.
The ability to revert back to social consensus and fork. And so I guess from that perspective, I don't think, using a different asset matters. Although, I don't know. I guess it could be hard to like slash. Depends like what the slashing conditions are, and like whether you could. I guess you can't really socially slash a restaked asset from another chain. So maybe you do lose some level of sovereignty.
If we zoom out to like real world examples, if Ukraine uses the United States military as its like security, or like these countries like let's say Canada or a small country in Europe, and they rely on the U.S. military, are they less sovereign? Maybe. So I don't know. I'm like poking holes in my own logic.
Well, the thing is, I think that analogy doesn't make sense, because you're not actually inheriting the security of Bitcoin, the protocol. You're just using like a different form of money, of stake, to be applied to your economic security, which is different. It's more like borrowing USD to fund your own military. That's not quite right, but that's the best analogy I can think of.
So more like not like literal security, but more like economic.
Yeah, it's not like I get the jets and the tanks from Bitcoin to protect me. It's like I can take some of the assets there and stake them on my chain such that they're at risk, and I can burn them. Like I can use them to fund my military. That's maybe a better way to think about it, I think.
Yeah. So I'm also not the smartest person here for sure, but if you're using another asset to like for security that's not, I guess, your canonical or like a native token, doesn't that inherently make it less sovereign? Like versus taking security from another asset like Bitcoin? Is that a dumb take or a dumb question?
I think
really curious.
I was thinking along those lines, but the reason I was poking holes in my own thought was that you're assuming that your own token is like the best sovereign way to be sovereign, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. You guys can tell me.
Well, I think the difference between Bitcoin staking and then maybe this concept of restaking is you are subject, if using an already staked asset for security, to another person's consensus mechanism. But the Bitcoin is not used for security on the Bitcoin network. So I would say you probably perceive more sovereignty as a chain using Bitcoin as a stakeable asset for security compared to restaked assets that are already supporting something else.
Very, very interesting question. Cool. So I guess going a little bit into the interop space for Bitcoin, and sort of playing off also, we're going to see this huge influx of Bitcoin liquidity into Babylon, into the Cosmos ecosystem, into Celestia. Lombard, for example, is going to perhaps issue within the Cosmos ecosystem. We're talking about billions of dollars here, right? A massive amount of liquidity that rivals basically almost every other majorly liquid ecosystem. How is this all going to move, right? How is this going to move between chains? I think IBC, for example, is something that could be used here. What are your opinions on, is IBC going to become sort of the Bitcoin bridge for how it moves around? And, do the security properties lend itself to that? And how do you view sort of interop for Bitcoin evolving?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're, going back to the previous discussion about why this isn't, being used as much as you think it would be, I think every single layer, whether it's a staking layer, the security layer, the interoperability layer, is all going to be questioned more from Bitcoiners as opposed to maybe other communities of other assets. So the security aspect of the bridge becomes very, very important, and like how trustless is that bridge functionality? And I think IBC, puts itself in a strong position to support that.
Yeah, I mean, we love IBC at Celestia, obviously. I think it's like the most neutral bridging standard out there, and the most battle-tested by far. As far as I know, though, I don't know if we can actually have IBC on Bitcoin, unless I'm wrong. And so,
can you make it happen, Mac? Mac?
Yeah. So that'd be awesome if we could actually have native IBC support on Bitcoin. But I feel like I don't know if that's possible. And that's why it's so sick to have a team like Babylon that is going to have a way to bring Bitcoin into the IBC sort of ecosystem, so that all these other chains can benefit from it. That's one of the major unlocks of Babylon to me.
So I'm actually more interested in hearing your answer to this question.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I feel like you're the best person to answer it.
No.
So please answer.
Can't get out of this.
I'm just the moderator. However, if I were to be a panelist, well, I'm trying to ask questions that I'm generally curious about. But I would say my understanding would be that basically Bitcoiners will want to deeply understand the interop protocol that they end up using, right? And I've already seen this from the different Bitcoin LSDs, doing extremely deep dives into these different interop protocols. Oftentimes, they themselves have built some kind of bridge and understand things like light clients very well. And so I kind of think with Bitcoin especially, it is going to be the best security assumption will win. What I would say is an open question for me is, IBC isn't a magical protocol. It does depend on the security assumptions of the intermediate chains. How are Bitcoiners and liquid stake Bitcoin providers going to see that security assumption? For example, will they feel uncomfortable by using any chain along a path to get somewhere over IBC that has a very small amount of security, right? Will they only want to see it go over different app chains or rollups that are Bitcoin secured along the path, right? Because of the cascading security dependencies of IBC. This is something that I think is really interesting. Or will, for example, there be a more layer 0-like model in that you have native issuance on each chain and it's governed by some kind of separate ledger that is Bitcoin secured versus IBC? I think it's an open question right now.
I think once Bitcoin interoperability becomes, or has a better UX, I think it can skyrocket. And the way I see something like this is that my entire life, up until maybe 2 years ago, I've always had a really nice TV in my bedroom, but I never watched TV. I only watched TV on my computer. And the reason is because the TV was facing the bed. Even though it was only 6 feet away and I just had to walk around to watch it, I'd never watch it. Or I could turn it, but then I would still have to go do something. I would have to go turn the TV. When I moved into a different house, I thought about this a lot. And I realized that I put the nice TV next to my desk. So it was side by side. And all I had to do was slide back. I could watch TV or sit on the couch. And I didn't have to walk around to the opposite side of the room because the TV wasn't facing me. So once the UX of Bitcoin is like this, where it's just so much easier, I'm dead serious. I really think it's that simple. I started watching TV all day, every day. And if you can make interoperability for Bitcoin just that much closer in some way, and it's maybe even standardized, or maybe not standardized, but for the user, it could be standardized. Like there are 1,000 solutions, but it abstracts it for you, and then the user doesn't have to deal with it. They're gonna be like, maybe I will go test out 1% of my Bitcoin or 10%. And then they start diving in more. And this is how you can get maybe new users that aren't DeFi-centric, because the people that aren't DeFi-centric, they're like thinking about these 7 hops they have to do. They're never gonna do it. It's the couch. It's the TV logic.
Do you have like before and after photos? So like.
Yeah, that was tough to visualize. There was a lot of
I
moving
do.
furniture.
I could show you.
Excellent. All right, so we're coming up on time. This has been wonderful. But I guess just to end, would love a little bit of a sneak peek. Are there things that you guys are working on, given that all of this Bitcoin liquidity is going to come in, things that you guys are working on your independent projects to either leverage that liquidity, to provide yield for that liquidity, to attract that liquidity? I'd be very curious to hear.
Maybe I'll just finish off with, it kind of ties into the couch logic of, so if you look at, let's say back in the COVID era with the Robinhood, all the craze, and maybe even myself in my college days, if I had money sitting in different accounts, I would always want to consolidate the money because I was broke and I was poor. And I was like, this feels bad because the number is lower here. So even now, let's say I get a rental payment from a tenant and it's through Venmo and then one through PayPal. I don't want it sitting there because it feels weird. It's just sitting in this thing that I might forget about, or it's just unused. So I withdraw all of it to my regular savings account. But I use Venmo and PayPal to pay people all the time. So in theory, I should just be leaving it there so I can use it. But the consolidation is a big psychological barrier that even myself, I still want to consolidate everything. So the product that we're working on the Osmosis side is Polaris, where it consolidates every one of your accounts into a single visual account. That way, let's say you have Bitcoin in 5 different ecosystems. Now all those 5 ecosystems are consolidated, and you view all your Bitcoin aggregated in a single number display, and you can tab it open and see all of it, of course. But I think that'll be a really nice quality of life improvement, and hopefully that allows people to use Bitcoin more throughout all ecosystems.
Yeah, I mean, it's the second day of our conference, so we probably talked about it already, but Babylon Genesis is planning to go live here soon. It will be the first Bitcoin secured network, and in tandem, permissionless staking of BTC will be live again as well. And so we expect a lot of excitement from our Bitcoin staker community, and then potentially new folks, and as well as LST issuers on the protocol. And then after that is when pending no problems, other networks can start consuming Bitcoin security as well. So all of this is happening this year. That's the sneak peek.
So for Celestia, there's actually a lot of things that we're doing in the Bitcoin ecosystem. The first is as an alt DA solution to the numerous Bitcoin rollups that are coming to market over the coming months and years. So we're very excited about that. Because Bitcoin just does not have enough DA throughput to actually scale rollups meaningfully. And we think that Celestia is the most secure, scalable alternative. The other thing that we're doing is working with teams like Babylon to, we have this sort of initiative called Lazy Bridging, which is all about helping native rollups on Celestia get access to liquidity and users. And obviously Bitcoin liquidity is a big part of that. So we want to bring Bitcoin via Babylon into our ecosystem, and not just Bitcoin itself, but also even having rollups that might want to use restaked Bitcoin, or adding native yield to these rollups in the Celestia ecosystem. So all of those ideas are interesting and worth exploring.
Yeah, for us at Initiative, then we're going to potentially see if there's something that we can do with the fine Babylon folks here, but also just for us, just mainnet. That's it.
Yes.
Yes, soon TM.
March? March?
Merch?
March.
Oh,
In March?
that's what Zon said.
All right. He said that to me too, but he said other things to me before, so.
Surely.
What about you, Meg?
What, for Bitcoin?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Well, obviously, we're trying to support Babylon in its launch, making sure that everything is excellent. I think one of the things that we're also focused on is to make sure that there is a good application DeFi layer. And so providing the right VMs and open sourcing those and making sure those are available for folks to build applications around Bitcoin. There's a couple things that are sort of more exploratory, like, for example, adding different liquid staked Bitcoin derivatives as native gas tokens as an option in the SDK. If people wanted to choose that, for example, if they wanted to really be Bitcoin aligned and have people feel Bitcoin native. And even potentially adding some kind of yield mechanisms that make it really easy to accrue yield in native Bitcoin. So that could look like, for example, like a module for that would basically auto convert some kind of yield into native Bitcoin. Because one of the things that I've heard from the different LST providers is they really seek out native Bitcoin yield in addition to yield in other tokens. So making that more possible and seeing how we can support that from the stack level. But anyway, very exciting. I just wanted to say this is an incredible panel. 2 of these projects are live, 2 are coming live very soon. So best of luck to that.
Go Cosmos.
Let's go Cosmos. And
Bitcoin.
Yeah, very excited to see Bitcoin flow into this ecosystem. And I just want to say to everyone, incredible job. And so thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Meg.
Thank you.
So we are going to have our second keynote of today. We have Luke Xie, the CEO and co-founder of Statlayer. We are going to, have a really insightful keynote session, and then Statlayer is also building in the Bitcoin ecosystem and also Babylon ecosystem. We are the exclusive restaking partner for Babylon as well. So yeah, please welcome Luke on stage.
All right, BM everybody. Hope everyone's getting some coffee in, getting some good food, and then glad to see everyone who's still here for the tech. So I'm Luke Xie, co-founder and CEO of Statlayer. The easiest one-liner for what we're doing is eigenlayer for Bitcoin. Because as we all know in this room, the only asset that's indisputably better than Ethereum as restaking collateral is Bitcoin. So just, I think, some background context for those of folks that are here to learn about BTC-Fi, right, are a bit new to what a lot of us have been building for the last few years. So BTC-Fi is really getting on the map lately, right? Overall, TVL's crossed 5 billion, and that's largely been driven by the success of Babylon, our amazing partner. And so over the last 6 months, right, it's actually 8x'd. A couple days ago, it was 10x, right? But with the recent bumpiness in the market, it's now 8x, but still incredibly growth, right, for such a still nascent ecosystem. So I think if you guys zoom out, it's actually super exciting when we're still very much in the first innings of BTC-Fi, right? For those that lived through DeFi summer and last cycle, or those that have studied it, I think we all know where this ends up, right? Which is explosive growth, right, for the next, really, I think, next few years. Because if you look at this chart here, right, we're really just, oh, sorry, could we go back? Thank you. So yeah, if you look at this chart here, right, DeFi summer really kind of kicked off from like 1.5 billion, ultimately topping out at 300 billion. That's 200x in growth. And if you think about how much Bitcoin has actually been deployed into DeFi relative to the size of Bitcoin, we're at less than 0.5%, right? Even if that ends up being half of where Ethereum DeFi gets to, that's still going to be 3 to 4x the size of the entire DeFi market. And if you just zoom out on DeFi in general, right? I think we are very much back in terms of, the tech has become much improved, right? It's become a lot more battle tested, and a lot of the recent regulatory tailwinds that we have. So I think it's super exciting. And for anyone that wants to kind of dive more into this, I think Arthur of Defiance Capital has a great post on why this is going to be a kind of banner few years for DeFi. And very much, I think BTC-Fi is kind of the sleeping giant that's going to be driving a lot of the growth here. So just, kind of a quick level setting for those that are still kind of relatively new to DeFi, right? Or have, are a bit skeptical. I think if you look at things from a pure product perspective, it's really indisputable that DeFi is just the future of finance, right? The way I kind of think about it is, it's really the evolution of going back from using telephones, right, and calling in your order to your stockbroker. For those that lived through those days, or for those that not, I think everyone's kind of seen how it works on Wolf of Wall Street. To kind of just digitizing, right, using Excel, using cloud computing, and then now DeFi rails. And so if you look at a lot of these characteristics, it's very clear that this is just the future of finance, where if you look at average cross-border, remittance fees, right, around 6%. Anyone that's used DeFi, it's as low as like a few cents, right, to a few dollars tops. Cross-border transactions take anywhere from 3 to 5 days, or if you ever just sent a wire, right, only 3 to 5 days during business days during the week. For DeFi, that's 24/7. It only takes minutes. And then, if for everyone that's traded stocks, right, we all know how inefficient that is, and the settlement actually happens like 3 days later, which is really mind-blowing for anyone that's been using DeFi. And there's kind of many other characteristics where DeFi is just much more superior than traditional finance rails. And if all of this wasn't convincing enough, all the biggest titans in TradFi, right, are all red pilling into not just Bitcoin ETFs, but also DeFi as a whole, right? Franklin Templeton, one of our investors, recently partnered with Sui, right, on kind of specifically on DeFi projects. BlackRock, the biggest asset manager in the world, is moving into DeFi with 1 billion, right? That's kind of how they do things. Apollo has been working with I think Avalanche Solana, right? Inc. as well, and then Grayscale, right, continues to launch more and more DeFi products. So, shifting gears a bit, right? How does SatLayer play into all of this? So what we do is really kind of power and underpin the growth of BTC-Fi. And just a bit into exactly what we do and what does ETHDenver for Bitcoin mean, right? So on the technical side, what we do is we enable full programmability of slashing. And what that means is that, for those familiar, Babylon has a single slashing condition that secures double spend and forking attacks and allows them to secure other POS chains, right? So for SatLayer, where we come in is we are building on top of Babylon, deploying as a set of smart contracts on Babylon Genesis chain to support any sort of arbitrary or custom slashing. So this basically opens the world up for us to secure any sort of application, right? DeFi application, consumer application, you name it, as well as infrastructure like bridges and oracles. So really, we work very closely with Babylon as their exclusive restaking partner to bring Bitcoin, not just staking, but restaking quickly to feature parity with that on Ethereum and the rest of DeFi. And we've only been at this for under a year, but I think we've accomplished quite a good amount quite a lot in that short amount of time. Sorry, I need a bit more coffee. But yeah, so Q3 of last year, Q3, Q4 of last year, we became Babylon's only designated restaking partner, as well as Sui's Bitcoin restaking partner. And then earlier this year, the beginning of the year, We launched on Berachain as part of Boico, and we're a top 5 dApp there in terms of TVL. So as part of that, we crossed 300 million in total value locked, and we partner with all the major players in terms of Bitcoin LSTs, right? Lombard, Solve, Pump BTC, Bedrock, Acorn, Lorenzo. And then we also have a very healthy pipeline of more than 20 BVS partners. And this is where we take a very differentiated strategy from EigenLayer, right? Where, because ultimately, for anyone that's been kind of in DeFi for a while, the question is always, where does the yield come from? And we do not shy away from that question. And our view is we focus very much on working with existing teams, building applications as our key priority, right? Because we want to be closer to the user, and a lot of these applications are also DeFi applications because they generate revenue already and can afford to pay for shared security. So we work with them on BVS use cases that are aligned with their priorities, right? So that it makes sense for everybody involved. And so then they will, so this enables them to actually unlock new products, like for example, under collateralized lending or uncollateralized lending that's actually secured by a BVS that's a lender of last resort / an insurance fund. So, and this is just one of the many types of use cases that we have, right? Working with projects that generate revenue and can afford to pay for shared security. So for us, I think very similar to the Babylon team, we are gearing up for mainnet launch shortly thereafter. And so for us, there's really two ethos for our team. One is really meeting users where they are on the chain they're already holding BTC assets without having to worry about bridging, right, which continues to be, even with a lot of the improvements mentioned on the last panel, continues to be not a very fun activity, right, and a pain point for the entire space. So we meet users where they are, and we deploy our deposit apps on these different chains where there are critical masses of Bitcoin LSTs and wrapped Bitcoin assets. And then we are also meeting developers where they are on the BVS side. So initially launching with support for Cosm Wasm, but shortly after with support for EVM and MoveVM as well. So that's basically what we've been up to, and very excited to share that with all of you, and looking forward to unlocking the future of Bitcoin and BTC-Fi together. Thank you.
We have another keynote, a very interesting one by Spencer Young. He is the core contributor of Fractal Bitcoin. They've been contributing to the Bitcoin scaling space and the Bitcoin ecosystem for a very long time. And please welcome Spencer to give us a keynote on Fractal Bitcoin and also how they are innovating the Bitcoin ecosystem.
All right, hey everyone. All right, I'm Spencer, and thank you so much for being here and just like thinking about the Bitcoin ecosystem. So I want to talk a little bit more about Fractal and how we're supporting Bitcoin innovation, but really we want to also talk a little bit more about Bitcoin innovation in general. So to me, Bitcoin is not just a currency. It's actually a workshop for innovation. Open, boundless innovation that anyone can participate freely in. So let's do a little bit of philosophizing about how we can rekindle this workshop for innovation and how Fractal is helping in that effort. And zooming out here, this is Bitcoin. We have moved really into that Bitcoin is a magnificent castle. Year after year, we've built higher walls, added stronger locks, and stacked more things in our treasury. But in recent years, we've slowly moved towards focusing mainly on preservation for good reason. And it feels like we've really forgotten about innovation and growth that first drove this place to begin with. Bitcoin is a magnificent castle, yes, but it's also a living and growing place. It requires the builders in the workshops to keep innovating in order for the whole area to keep thriving for everyone. Today, builders in the Bitcoin workshop face significant barriers building on Bitcoin, a complex scripting language, limited testing environments, and long deployment cycles. And not only that, many of the builders who have built interesting stuff get vilified for putting spam on chain. And also their innovations are either stalled or ignored. We've turned Bitcoin into essentially a workshop, into a fortress inadvertently. And in doing so, we've stifled innovation. Bitcoin itself, as an innovation, enables innovation at the edges. And that is to say, anyone can build what they want, as long as they deem it valuable enough. They can build for a free market, and we want to keep it that way. This is where Fractal enters the fray. Really, on the Fractal side, we want to not deal with too much politics. We don't want to deal with promises, but really focus on practicality to address many of these challenges facing the innovation workshop by embracing them directly and practically. Many of the builders that I've spoken to recently have the same sentiment. We're not here to debate Bitcoin's future or to push a specific agenda. We're really here to provide products and tools that work. And things that you can really enjoy today. Products you can enjoy right away without waiting for years for something to be passed. Of course, everyone has their own approach for doing so. At Fractal, we've kind of put our philosophy into the core. Take this Fractal example as an example, this Fractal pattern as an example. At every scale, it maintains the same properties, and that's really a Fractal and what we are about. So at Fractal, this is our approach for extending Bitcoin's users. So what does this mean practically? We use the same address formats as Bitcoin, the same protocols that is supported, and the same fundamental principles in Bitcoin core software. So a Bitcoin developer can start building on Fractal immediately because everything they know about Bitcoin just works. No new addresses to learn, no new concepts to master, and no foreign grafting on the body, just Bitcoin at scale. The science that we've shown is that this is an increasingly popular approach. Since we've launched on mainnet about 5 months ago, with over 18 million users on chain and 147 projects building fun stuff on Fractal and counting. But this is just a start. We're psyched to see this excitement about the practical possibilities that Fractal could enable in the long term. What does this look like in practice? Well, Fractal maintains Bitcoin's core principles, but we go slightly beyond that to provide both the basic tools and advanced equipment needed to build. Think of it as a well-equipped workshop where you can test new ideas with real users, deploy real value, and get real feedback, all without really risking the Bitcoin main chain, and also have a cheaper and faster environment on Fractal. This means that you can experiment quicker and really get the flywheel moving so that you can iterate for your users. On Fractal, there are already many things that's being cool, that's being built. Kudos to the builders, some of whom really have got to know for a long time. We've had OPCAT testing in live environment for a while, DeFi, DEXs, and voting through everything's on chain, gaming 3D, new protocols like CAT protocol and so on, atomic swaps with Bitcoin, and there's a lot of innovative research coming up, and many things like stable coins, collateralized stable coins, and stuff as well happening on the Fractal side. So really, I think there's a big opportunity space. It clues us in really to some of the new things that can be enabled on Bitcoin as well. And remember that Fractal is essentially a Bitcoin extension. It's almost like a frontier for Bitcoin exploration, where the most sophisticated and innovative builders can have free play. We've seen continuous growth in user attraction, with about 1.7 billion transactions on chain and about 10 million daily transactions on average. So it's kind of nice to actually enable users to have fun and innovate on this track, providing a space for innovation and experimentation. And we also want to make it easy to work on things for them to be able to choose between the different networks easily on the different wallet interfaces, apps, and so on. So we're talking about workshops. A forge needs consistent heat to maintain strength and production. And similarly, Fractal security isn't borrowed or simulated or staked. It is actually powered by the same algorithm that powers Bitcoin's proof of work. We secure the network through merge mining and permissionless mining, balancing between security and decentralization. But there's something actually even more fundamental here. Think of miners as the keepers of Bitcoin's forge. They maintain the heat that keeps the entire system secure. And right now, with Bitcoin's mempool running cool, prices a little bit lower, transaction fees a little bit low, and also some of the break-even point being at 30 watts per terahash, these forge keepers face economic pressures that could impact Bitcoin's long-term security. So this is where Fractal's merge mining really comes in. It's important and meant to be an economic reinforcement of Bitcoin's foundation. By participating in Fractal's merge mining, miners can earn additional revenue streams through transaction fees and block rewards, maintain profitability during periods of low Bitcoin network activity, and secure both networks simultaneously with the same infrastructure, and of course, contribute to a more sustainable mining ecosystem. And miners have told us that they actually want Fractal to grow, to be a powerhouse in continuing to add to the economic security. And we've already seen evidence of that. 60% of Bitcoin's hash rates right now are merge mining Fractal at about 400 plus exahashes. And on the permissionless mining side, I think we've fluctuated between 1 to 20 exahashes as well. So in essence, Fractal isn't just borrowing Bitcoin security. It's actually actively contributing to it. Every transaction on Fractal, every fee earned through merge mining, helps ensure that miners can continue to maintain Bitcoin security through market cycles. It's a very symbiotic relationship where Bitcoin secures Fractal and Fractal strengthens Bitcoin's economic security. By providing miners this diversification in revenue streams, we're also helping ensure that Bitcoin's forge keeps burning bright for years to come. So here's what I really mean to say. We're here to help, we're not here to try to revolutionize Bitcoin. We're really here to help it make it more useful. So Fractal provides immediate protocol compatibility, real-world testing environments, faster development cycles with dev support, and also for true Bitcoin native innovation. Fractal was created to engage the entire Bitcoin ecosystem, foster its growth and innovation, and provide additional incentives and fun for all participants in a Bitcoin ecosystem. Every great workshop thrives on collaboration. In Fractal's ecosystem, developers share tools, techniques, and insights. We believe having multiple workbenches mean multiple teams can actually innovate simultaneously without competing for space. And that means instead of the tragedy of the commons, we're aiming to create a festival of the commons. It's a term coined by Andreas back in the day. This means that all innovation will improve the lives of everyone else, and innovation drives further innovation and growth. So to us, the choice isn't really between security and progress. It's between Bitcoin locked in its tower and a Bitcoin flowing through the workshops and squares where real value blooms. So to conclude, Bitcoin's strength never came from its walls. It came from its workshops. And we're excited to keep building and working with folks in the ecosystem to keep these workshops open for a new generation of Bitcoin developers. Thank you.
So next up, we are going to have our last panel before lunch break. It's also a very, very insightful one, empowering Bitcoin through staking. So we have Charles from Ledger, Milan from P2P, Michael from Fortify, Silly from Infrastones, and Greg from BlockDaemon.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. We've got a great panel for you here today. We're going to be discussing how staking can empower Bitcoin. We've got some great panelists here that have been in the industry for a long time and deep in the Bitcoin ecosystem. So just a bit about me. I'm Greg May. I'm from BlockDaemon. At BlockDaemon, we provide institutional-grade infrastructure and software, everything from nodes, APIs, staking, MPC-based software, and some institutional wallets. All right, so that's enough about me. If you guys all want to just give a quick intro, maybe Celia, if you want to start, or yeah.
Hey guys, my name is Salim from Infstones. I joined Infstones in 2018, basically right after the company has started. We are focusing on providing infrastructure for proof-of-stake blockchains. Of course, in 2024, we expand to restaking, Bitcoin staking, and we are doing the nerdy stuff of the industry, which is providing infrastructure for any blockchain that we can support. We have been working on over 100 different blockchains. Right now, we actively support about 80 plus, I believe. So if you have anything about RPC validating, Infstones is one of the providers you should chat with.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Guillemet. I'm CTO at Ledger. My background is cryptography and security. And a fun fact about me, I discovered Bitcoin in 2011. At this time, a friend of mine was mining, and he was talking about Bitcoin like every day. So at some point, I decided to have a look at it. And I studied the technology, the decentralized consensus, the cryptography, and all of this. And at the end, I discussed with my friend, and I told him, your thing is really interesting from a technology standpoint. But this is not going anywhere. Like, there is absolutely no chance this thing to be adopted. So when I joined Ledger in 2017, he asked me if I finally understood, and I think this is when I started to understand why Bitcoin is a real thing. And for me, this is really the permissionless aspect of Bitcoin that is really very interesting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Milan. I'm the CTO of P2P.org. We're a Web3 infrastructure company. We provide staking, validator services, data indexation, RPC nodes, both for intermediaries and protocol developers. I'm proud to partner with Babylon. We're the largest finality provider on Babylon after all the LSTs, and I'm super excited to be here and to be part of this panel.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael. I'm from Fortify. So Fortify is an institutional MPC wallet purposely built for DeFi. We support about 90 chains today across 9 different ecosystems: EVM, Cosmos, Solana, Aptos, Sui, Ton, and Bitcoin, of course. And across all those chains, we support the full DeFi ecosystem with our own browser extension and transaction simulation and many more features that are focused to build the best secure interaction on on DeFi.
Thanks. All right, so maybe to start off with a question for each of you. What are the primary benefits of staking Bitcoin if we're thinking about security, scalability, and user engagement? I don't know who wants to go first.
Yeah, first of all, I really understand why we want to create a yield on Bitcoin, and it makes sense. We have more than $1 trillion that is on Bitcoin, and people would like to have yield on Bitcoin, and this is completely, that makes sense completely. However, when we talk about like Bitcoin staking, I'm a little bit confused because when we talk about staking, like this means something like for proof of stake chain, and when we talk about Bitcoin staking, it's something different. And for me, it's a little bit, it might be a little bit misleading for users. So I just wanted to say this at first. However, I think this is really important and interesting to provide options for users to get yield on their Bitcoin. And then it's a matter of explaining this to the users, presenting them how it works, presenting them the trade-off that is done for this specific protocol, because there are many different ways to create yield on Bitcoin. And then it's up to the user to decide if it makes sense to get this yield on this specific protocol regarding the trade-off. That would be my take as an introduction.
To add to that, I don't think anyone will disagree here, but Bitcoin is the undisputed leader in store of value, right? So, the next few steps after this evolution, the natural steps after this evolution would be scalability and user engagement, right? So the two main use cases that kind of come to my mind, I'm a use case driven person, but would be the user engagement, which is DeFi, as mentioned, secure and sustainable DeFi yield, right? So we've seen a lot of cases with wrapped Bitcoin and lending in a kind of centralized fashion, yield generating protocols for Bitcoin. But what we've not seen is, as close as possible native capabilities of generating native yield for Bitcoin. So that's very important for the next user engagement. Second aspect would be providing gateway to DeFi, where you don't do it in a centralized way, but in a decentralized fashion that kind of boosts the user engagement as a second level for that evolution.
So I think Milan and Charles, they covered those topics very well. But for instance, I think we are excited about this because this means that we got exposure to a very large group of customers that we can talk to. So let me tell a story about what happened in 2020, right? So I am diehard PR proof of stake support. I started 2018, but in 2020 I found this Bitcoin 2020 in Miami, right? 20, 30,000 people attending. Now, I want to see why people need a 20, 30,000 conference to, to make sure that they are holding Bitcoin. So I went there, find out that people are there to looking for alpha. They want to see how they can use their Bitcoin to generate additional income. So back then, what was talked about is the real world assets, maybe real estates, maybe a little bit energy talk in that conference. But people don't have what they have today to access to the staking, to secure more assets, to secure more chains on the blockchain. And for us, I was just having conversation with Catherine from Sol Protocol. Without Babylon, without Bitcoin staking conversation, maybe that conversation would never happen, right? So for us, it's about getting more people involved in the industry and also having more ways to secure and deploy the Bitcoin for yields or for any other purpose for DeFi. It's more ways for people to utilize the Bitcoin.
I just want to add that we also saw on our side that with full respect to wrap Bitcoin products, we saw a lot of some of our clients who hold native Bitcoin in some other venues come and deploy specifically to Babylon to stake, because once they get an opportunity to generate yield on the native Bitcoin, the real deal, they want to do it and they want to create yield, and it opens also a door for them to generate more yield on their Bitcoin.
Yeah, makes sense. So question for Charles, Ledger. So we all know Ledger's leader in secure hardware solutions. How do you approach Bitcoin staking? And what are your thoughts on enhancing security there and the user experience?
It's a very, very good question, and you have probably heard about the Bybit hacks. So they simply lost 1.4 billion USD. So it's a good reminder that security is important in our ecosystem, because at the end, if the ecosystem is only about hacks and meme coins, I'm not sure that this is worth it. But I think it's worth it. So we really need to solve this security problem. And what we believe at Ledger is that we need to use secure hardware for that. So the threat model, the security model at Ledger is pretty simple. We are using secure hardware to generate your keys, and we implement the cryptography inside the secure hardware so that the keys don't have to leave the secure hardware. And there is a last property which is equally important. This is what we call clear signing. The clear signing is the idea that the user can verify on its device what kind of transaction it consent. And if you don't have this specific property, the thing is, if you only sign a hash, maybe you are signing the transaction you wanted to sign, but maybe you are signing away 1.4 billion USD. And this is not something that is acceptable. I'm talking about this for Safe on the context of Bybit, but this is the case for every single blockchain. We have the same challenge. When it comes to simply like sending, receiving Bitcoin, like everything is very simple. But when you start to do like something that is a little bit more enhanced, and this is the case for Ethereum when you are interacting with a smart contract, it's a little bit more complex for the device to understand what kind of transaction it is. So in order to solve this specific problem, what we did is to create a specific standard that enable the device to understand the transaction. And the way we did it is pretty simple. We are asking to every single protocol to explain us how their protocol works. To do so, we have created a standard, and they will simply fill up a JSON metadata file, and then the metadata file is given to the device so that the device is able to parse and understand the transaction and display the content of the transaction, the intent of the user on the device. And then the user can decide. Does he want to sign this transaction or not? It's up to the user, but now he understands what he signed. And there is another thing that we are working on, which is transaction check on device. And the idea is right before sending the transaction, we take the raw transaction, we send it to a third-party partner that is doing like transaction check, transaction simulation, and create a risk assessment for this specific transaction. And then this risk assessment will be signed and sent to the device that displays the transaction. And if there is a critical threat, then it will be displayed on the device. So this is something that we are working on for quite some time. The thing is, the ecosystem is very wide. There are plenty of different protocols. And when we talk about Bitcoin yield protocol, it's also complex because all the stub scripts can be difficult to understand for the device. Some information might not be on-chain, so you need to have a way to get this information. So this is another technical challenge, and we are working on this in order to be able to clear sign all the things, including on the Bitcoin advanced protocol.
It sounds like a lot of great improvements there. I mean, I'd like to see a number of other wallets start to think about that, and maybe we get some standards. That's great. So the next question is for Milan. PDP focuses on direct user integration. How have you handled Bitcoin staking? Were there any challenges? How did you think about the user experience?
Yeah, sure. So what Charles said is amazing, right? So we build top-notch hardware security, software security, and all that matters. But what also needs to happen after that is building a user experience on top of that, right? That what will ultimately engage the user and ensure mistakes don't happen. Like for example, the crypto heist that Charles referred to, even a developer was fooled, right? Someone who on a daily basis kind of sign transactions and fully understand what a signature of a transaction is. So for us, user experience is very, very important, right? Both for the retail user and the institutional clients. We want to make sure that all of that security and transactional complexity is encapsulated from the users, right? As a user, you don't sign signatures, you don't see that. And let's face it, I mean, for the last 2 to 3 years, a lot of the crypto, user interfaces were kind of, tools developed by developers to other developers, right? If you look at MetaMask, for example, the last 2 to 3 years, with all the networks, with all the addresses, it looks like an IDE, right? But there's a lot of good movements, whether it's from Consensus, MetaMask, or other wallets, to make this a lot more usable and engage with the users. And user experience is very, very important, right? It has to be as simple as how you just send, pay something in Venmo, right? We don't need to sign. You don't need to worry about any of that. You just get it done, right? So for us, it's very important to encapsulate all of this for the retail user, make it extremely easy to use, no signature and all that stuff. And from the intermediary side of things, institutional, it's also the same thing, right? You want to make sure that the API are easy to use. We support 50, 60 plus protocols. It's very important for the API to also be accessible, reusable, unified across all the protocols. That also minimizes the mistakes that developers will have to do during integration. So even to that level, user experience is very important, and it comes to the level of APIs.
Just to add on this, so I mostly talk about retail for interacting with this Bitcoin protocol. However, we also have like an institution grade custody solution for institution. And the thing is, when we talk about there's Bitcoin staking and Bitcoin yield protocol, let's say, to them, they are not that interested. And what is interesting is that during the last cycle, all these institutions were lending their protocol, their Bitcoin to BlockFi and BlockFi, and BlockFi finally got wrecked because 3AC Capital and Terra Luna and all of this. So it seems that institutions prefer trusting other institutions because of the regulation and so on, and not that much trustless protocol, which is a little bit weird, I think.
Yeah, and maybe just a comment on that, like the institutions have good wallet management practices. They have cold, they have warm, they have hot. when we start talking to the Bitcoin maxis and whatever, that they've got a lot of cold Bitcoin. Maybe we need to be educating them around practices of having different ledgers for DeFi interactions versus their actual main stack. So things to think about there. So Michael, for Fortify, Fortify focuses on like secure DeFi practices and operations. How have you been working around Bitcoin staking and integrating that into your security-focused services?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So, of course, as an institutional MPC wallet focused on DeFi, the base layer of our tech stack is our MPC technology, where we developed it fully in-house, and the key is always shared between us and the client. But what we did on top of that to guarantee the best and most secure DeFi operations is we built our own browser extension, which is compliant with all the dApps and all the chains that we support. And then basically every transaction, so it allows us to control the full transaction lifecycle from the moment it is incepted on the DeFi protocol until the moment it is signed and broadcasted on chain, and then we even follow until it is fully completed. Now, every transaction that is received on our extension is sent to our backend, where with our secure enclaves, it's simulated and enriched with human-readable and clear data, so that the user, once he sees the transaction back on the extension, can see exactly what he's about to sign, whether it's fully simulated and the data is very clear and understandable. Then, according to the governance that was preset on this client's workspace, the transaction will be either allowed automatically to be signed with the MPC, or it will require specific approvals based on the policy that was predefined on the account, or it will be blocked if some client doesn't want to interact specifically with this protocol. So now, we took all of this and we implemented it into Bitcoin, into the Bitcoin ecosystem. We built, so our extension now supports the connectivity interfaces of Unisat, SATS connectivity, and Stacks connectivity. So in fact, all DeFi protocols on Bitcoin will be out of the box supported by our extension. We will show on the extension all the inputs and outputs of the transaction. Now, what is another very strong thing in the way our platform is built is that our extension, because we support about 15 Cosmos subchains, I will say it a bit differently. One of the things hard with Bitcoin is that staking is not native, right? So always when you come to do some staking projects on Bitcoin, it involves some other chain, either an L2 or in this case, Cosmos chain. Since we support all of those, so our extension can be connected simultaneously both on the Cosmos leg, Babylon in this example, and on the Bitcoin side. So if you need to sign a transaction with PSBT, which we also, of course, implemented specifically for the Bitcoin staking with Schnorr signature, and you want to see the rewards that you get, either on Babylon or some other L2, you will see it in the same extension, in the same flow, with the same look and feel for all the protocols.
It's very interesting. So this one's for Vasily with the Impstones. Key role player in the blockchain infrastructure. How do you see Bitcoin benefiting the staking infrastructure you support, and what innovations are you bringing to this space?
Yeah, I think that's a great question and a fair question. So when we first started looking at Bitcoin staking, we saw the potential that Bitcoin staking can bring more liveliness, more TVL and more action, more conversation to the staking economy that we are all in. And then as the infrastructure service provider, Impstones, we have been starting since 2018. We never spent anything on marketing, I think, before 2022. So what we have been focusing on building is a platform where we can react and we can build for our clients whatever market opportunity comes. Right? We can build them fast, so we can say yes to them. So with us, we're always thinking, hey, how can we make our elevator pitch about infrastructure sexy in the elevator, right? 30 seconds. I think in Milan and Greg, you guys are in the infrastructure business. Something people feel like it's nerdy. Oh, okay, you launch nodes for us. What about it? A lot of people can do it. But our things is that we want to make sure that when you come with us for an opportunity or a market comes up with a new technology, then we can say, yes, let's do this. And we don't have to worry about, hey, this is going to die down in 2 months. And we are never going to be discouraged by any market movement of the day. Right? So everything can be built with InfoStones. And if it's come with infrastructure, we say yes. We always say yes to our clients, and we help them to capture the market opportunity. With that said, so if in the 2 months the things that we built is dies out, the opportunity doesn't seem like good, then we don't have to go back and have a whole company-wide meeting why we did this. We want to say, hey, this is not the good direction. It's fine. We rely on our platform and technology, and it's not a big deal for us. Right? We help our clients test out the theory, test out the strategy. It fails, fine. We move on to the next topic. So that's what we are trying to innovating is that bring, whatever market opportunity presents, we want to make sure our clients can capture it.
Okay, some more questions for all of you. So how can we make staking accessible to those that might not have the technical expertise, particularly people that are in regions where crypto adoption is low? I don't know. Who wants to go? Who wants to pick it up? Want to take it?
Yeah, I think it's really a matter of UX, and this is a challenge for every single protocol and every single blockchain. As you mentioned before, we have created plenty of experience that are made by geeks for geeks, and this is not sustainable on the long run. We see more and more mass adoption, but we can't expect my mother to understand everything that we are talking about. However, this is what we want. We want mass adoption, and in order to succeed in this journey, what is really necessary is to create these experiences where all the complexity is hidden behind the hood, so I think this is the first thing that is important, but we also need equally to be as transparent as possible so that user can take enlightened decision and not a random decision and bet on the weird protocol that promise 70% yield or this kind of thing. So this is the difficult balance that needs to be found, I think.
I want to reflect on something else. There are now several startups in the space that try to abstract away, for example, meme coin purchase. Let's say you want to buy some meme coin and to go down some Solana DEX. It might be too complicated for the moms of the world. And so there are startups that try to abstract it away and make it an easier experience. I believe once Bitcoin will be even more adopted by the masses, there will be such startups as well, and that will make it easier for people to do.
I think it's an extension maybe to the previous question, right? So in countries where it's unbanked, right, no internet, high devaluation, a lot of inflation, the product that really makes sense is an end-to-end product, right? Where you go in, just give cash, and then you end up getting your crypto already staked, right? I think that's probably one of the best solutions that you can kind of provide for such, the emerging markets and emerging countries. And we've seen some of that, in Africa or Asia, where you go, you pay cash, and you get a wallet address, right? But we've not seen maybe a full end-to-end solution where you buy that and get that staked right away, right? So that is one aspect, which is an end-to-end product. The second aspect is localization, right? We're still we still have to do a lot of work there where things are fully localized, where educational content, Twitter, video content, is kind of caters to all the emerging markets. That kind of does the next step there as well.
Yeah. So before I start to talk about what I'm thinking about, we all agree Web3 is better than Web2. Yeah, we all agree. Okay. Otherwise, we find the reason why the market's like this. But I want to take maybe a playbook out of one of the Web2 company that I know, which is PayPal, right? I think everyone here has already talked about offering the technology, the DeFi. But what I'm thinking is that I think we're exposed to different clients all over the globe, right? When I compared our product to a good product like PayPal, what's the difference is that I noticed that If you use PayPal here in US and compare to when you use PayPal in, let's say, Europe, South America, the payment workflow, the graphics, it's all different. Maybe it's very slight, but I asked one of the UI UX designer, why that is the case. Why just use the standard flow? We are all humans. The same flow should be working. They're telling me, hey, different user, different habits, different preferences on graphics, on the language, and of course, there's always the legal team asking you to make a twist to different markets. So maybe we need to take a playbook out of them because they've spent millions of dollars doing user experience, user interface research. Maybe we can just learn from them. From us, when we're offering product to different users, maybe some flow is just not working for a specific market segment, where they feel like this doesn't make sense, it feels like a scam, although it's a legitimate product, maybe they just don't trust it enough. Then it's up to us to understand our customer base and customer culture. It's a little bit further down the road, yes, but I think we can start to observing that since we're all exposed to so many different markets of people. And from that perspective, maybe we can deal with, on top of our product offering, of course, to start dealing with the question that you asked, how can we address different market segments, is to take some playbook out of Web 2 and apply them to Web 3.
Thanks, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we're getting close to time, so just one last question from each of you. If you had to highlight one aspect of Bitcoin staking that would change the world, financial world, what would it be and why?
I think, look, the short answer is, kind of provide the ability to stake without any centralized entities. I think that would truly changes this, right? Babylon obviously takes us a step closer to that. But right now, the way, if you look at all the yield generation in TradeFi, you either need to buy a bond, right? Or you need to buy an MMF or an equity that pays you dividend or saving accounts, right? All of these are controlled and kind of issued by a centralized agency, right? Even now when you go to crypto, when you look at DeFi, some of them do have some sort of centralized entities that kind of still issue or kind of control, especially around the wrapped aspects of crypto, right? But for me, getting to a point where I own a crypto and it's being staked and it generates passive, secure, and sustainable income in a completely decentralized manner without any central entities would definitely be a global changing thing.
So what we would like to do is to create this yield on top of Bitcoin, and we would like to do it in a trustless manner, permissionless manner, without centralized entity and so on. The reality is that the Bitcoin blockchain is not designed for this. We have plenty of limitation on Bitcoin blockchain, and we have created all these new protocols that are trying to go around this limitation. But at the end, this is always a matter of trade-off. Either it's not completely centralized, decentralized, or it's not completely trustless, or you have like some compromise in terms of what kind of security you provide to this other protocol, or there are plenty of trade-off always. And the thing is, I think that could be solved at the protocol level on Bitcoin if we were able to have enough expressivity on the Bitcoin language. And one good track to solve this is to have like a new opcode that would enable to settle layer 2 on top of Bitcoin. And I think that would be the best way to solve this problem. Because you would solve like several problems at once. The first one, you would solve the problem of like creating enough fees for miners on the long run, and secondly, you would completely solve the scalability challenge that you have on every single chain, and mostly on Bitcoin. And that could be done. I would be advocating for creating like a ZK verify opcode directly on Bitcoin, but I feel there is very little chance that this thing to happen. However, we might see Opcat coming on Bitcoin at some point, and Opcat allows to do what I just described. With Opcat, you will be able to settle to verify a zero-knowledge proof directly on Bitcoin. And as soon as you have this brick, you can do whatever you want on the L2, and you have a trustless manner to settle layer 2 with DeFi, with staking, with whatever you want, and you have the full range of the end-to-end security with end-to-end trustless experience. So that would be my my two Satoshi on this question.
Yeah, I think you guys have already covered a great in-depth about fixed income, about those new products. I'm thinking about Web2 again for some reason. So I think here's an opportunity for us to not only just think about how we Web3, populations can, benefit from this and, making this work for everyone in Web3, but also, just recalling my experience in 2022 in Miami, is that all the strategies that I'm talking about are only available for people, maybe you have $1 million of assets, right? If you only have 0.5 or 0.1 Bitcoin, that conference is not for you. You're not going to find anything there other than, oh, I made the right choice of buying 0.1 BTC and holding it. Now we are at the sort of intersection where we can make this possible for those people where if they only have maybe $1,000 to spare, they can onboard through us, they can, have exposure to Bitcoin, but also not have to worry about, what's the market volatility and what's the, technology behind it. Will make it easy to understand for them, and then make it a wide accepted product with maybe our infrastructure or your DeFi offerings or, wallet or, infrastructure offering behind it. Make it simple, so that it's more widely accepted, not only for Web3 but also for Web2.
I just think that basically staking Bitcoin is the first time that you are able to stake the most basic principal asset of our industry. And I do think it brings a lot of value, both because it's the most decentralized one, the most secure one, and I just hope it will be more, more adopted and will grow in the coming years.
Great. Thanks, everyone. That's all, folks. Thanks.
Cool. Thank you.
We are starting the afternoon with a keynote from Luke Wang. He is the CEO of Chakra, and Chakra is also one of the BSN that's building on Babylon. So let's welcome Luke.
Hey guys, so we're making something called the Chakra Network, which is a modular settlement layer powered by Babylon Bitcoin security. So we're one of the BSNs. The problem that we're really aiming to solve here is that, the kind of annoying problem of, okay, Web3 is great, lots of great ecosystems, but liquidity is still fragmented. And, this is caused by a number of different reasons, right? Like lack of, interoperability between like L2s and different scaling solutions, and then also different standards in terms of assets and whatnot. And so in a really quick gist, the settlement layer is what we built to solve all of these problems and hoping to really connect liquidity and making liquidity more interoperable in Web3. And to really explain settlement a little bit better, I'd love to take people slightly back to the really brief history of interoperability. Like stage one was layer 0, CCIP and whatnot. The really naive messaging bridges that have been around like 2018, 2019. 2 to 3 years after that, people started having intent-based bridges, right? Projects like Across, DLN, whatnot. And their really primary innovation was that they've introduced something called solvers. They facilitate liquidity. They're able to do a little bit more than just bridge ERC20s one by one. But that also brought along a lot of really not so great scalability problems and whatnot. And so with a settlement layer that essentially uses a different paradigm, doesn't rely on solvers, we're really hoping to solve these. And to be a little bit more specific, what's the current state of the art, right, intent-based bridging and solvers and what's wrong with it, the kind of two really lingering problems are that, one, intent-based bridges, they rely on these middleware agents called solvers to run, but people aren't really running them. Like 90% of order flow today is generally run by whatever project that actually just runs the project. And then also these solvers are generally supposed to be coordinated via auction markets, but 98% of order flow doesn't really go through these markets, or they go through the markets, but there's no bidding, essentially. So, whatever first price comes, that becomes the long-standing price. And so capital efficiency and whatnot, those don't really come into play. And why is this the case? Well, if you look at how people, the node operators or whatnot, used to have to participate in these different things, well, one is, if we look at the really, really early on designs of POW nodes, well, you simply had to run a client software, right? And that was easy enough. With POS nodes, a little extra step, so you have to run a machine, and then you have to stake a certain amount for the POS, but other than that, you are fine. But with solvers, you need to run a machine for the relays, and then you also actually need a pool for every asset. So if you wanted to supply ETH, you had to have some ETH. You had to supply, if you wanted to supply Arbitrum, you need to have a certain amount of Arbitrum and Optimism, and so on, so on, so on. So it's not easy. It's becoming much, much more complex to participate in, and people just aren't really running these things. And so with interoperability 3.0, what we're really aiming at with the settlement layer design is that essentially it's a serverless design for cross-chain interoperability that's async, and then great capital efficiency and interoperability properties. So people might ask, what can you build with these things? It's generally, if we look at the core of DeFi, so you can build things like cross-chain dexes, cross-chain stablecoins, and also things like cross-chain lending. And a little sneak peek of the tech, what we do under the hood in order to make these things possible. One is, what's really, really important is how to make transactions across chains in a more asynchronous manner. We're not the only guys working on this, but this is really, really important. And then also, of course, one other thing that's really, really important is proof of assets. So how can we make sure that on each chain the intended assets are there, and we can guarantee that they are there even when we want to finalize the transactions. And a little bit of sharing for current testnet performance. We're able to do at least around 3 to 5 the throughput of traditional messaging bridges, up to 1/3 to 1/5 of gas fee costs, and then far, far lower complexity, so that the more chains there are, the far better the solution scales compared to simply using layer 0 or CCIP to scale to connect and do cross-chain transactions. And yeah, we currently, the testnet is connected to around 20 plus mainstream chains, Arbitrum, Optimism, whatnot, Ethereum, and then also a good number of Bitcoin L2s. And yeah, for anybody that wants to build cross-chain DeFi today, love to chat and talk and see how we can make the future happen together. Thank you.
Next up, we have another keynote. We have the co-founder of TAC. TAC is L1 blockchain building on TON network. And we have Marco here with us. Really excited to see how Bitcoin can interact with the TON L1 as well. Welcome, Marco.
Thank you very much, Babylon team, for having me here today to have this keynote. Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Marco, early adopter in the space. I spent all my life in the Ethereum ecosystem. I used to be the co-founder of Linea, and I left the project this summer to focus and co-found this new project called TAC, and moving from the Ethereum industry and ecosystem into the TON ecosystem. It's a big shift, I'm not gonna lie. So as you see the slide, the title of the slide, this presentation is trying to catch what's our value proposition. That is basically the distribution. It's GM, go mainstream. I steal this from Soneum tagline. It's amazing. But yeah, basically, we will focus here on, I will try to tell you what's the way we are approaching, I would say, crypto with TAC on the Ton ecosystem. So in our opinion, distribution is really a key issue. It's actually what it's missing to bring crypto to masses. So if we look at the pyramid that we have on the left side, this is the EVM world today. There are not enough users compared to the amount of developers and use cases that we have in the EVM industry. And that creates fragmentation that does not allow reach the critical mass to make this type of use cases going mainstream. If we look, when I move into the Ton ecosystem, I actually notice that there's a reverse pyramid. There are too many users and no use cases. And that's because of a very good decision done by the Ton ecosystem, because Ton is not trying to onboard 1 billion users into crypto. Ton is bringing crypto to an existing community of 1 billion users. That is the Telegram users. And when you want to do this, and you want to focus on a simple use case like payments, then you cannot use EVM. You need to use some technology, you need to do some trade-off that can let 1 billion users to send payment with blockchain. And this trade-off, of course, came with a cost. Because this new technology that they introduced, that is the TVM, that is a mix of asynchronous sharding with account abstraction and different cryptography, core cryptography in the technology, is something that basically alienates developers. All developers coming from the EVM space, all the innovation that we have seen up today, cannot just simply port it into Ton, because it's a different architecture. It's asynchronous. How you do a flash loan with an asynchronous architecture? How do you do a chain of swaps? So the DeFi that we know today, many use cases that we know today, are not easily replicable on Ton. And that is a trade-off, because it brings no utility. So we have a lot of users coming from Telegram, but very small utility. And that's what we are trying to fix with TAC. What we are doing with TAC is, okay, stand by, is basically we are bringing EVM compatibility to Ton. It's not a layer 2. It's something different. It's a layer 1. TAC is a layer 1 on its own. And it's connected to Ton. And we enable what we define hybrid dApps. What are the hybrid dApps? Hybrid dApps are dApps that run EVM on-chain business logic, so Solidity, written in Solidity, deployed on TAC. But their front end is on Ton. So they have Telegram mini apps that target users with Telegram wallets that use Ton assets and send transaction on Ton to trigger EVM code execution. And that's what we believe is going to onboard a lot of developers and potentially shift the reversed pyramid into more like a square, so potentially being more successful. And why we are doing this? Because we believe that the Telegram distribution is unprecedented. It's massive. And we believe that there is a lot of potential that is not tackled yet. Distributing use cases like DeFi, it's going to be very relevant. But it's not really easy to understand this point about that Telegram is a distribution channel, but how do you use it? When you want to go deeper into the detail, how do you use Telegram to distribute your Curve Finance mini app? And the way we are working here is actually working together with Ton. Because on Telegram, there are a lot of mini apps. And these mini apps hold each one of them 10, 15, 20 million users, monthly active users. And they basically don't do anything that is crypto. They go to play a game. They go to gamble, to roll a dice. They go to create some content. These are the consumer app. These are the distribution channel that we identify that we will work with. So to give you an analogy, Samsung has an official store on their website. But the number of mobile phones that they sell on the official store, it's very tiny compared to the number of mobile phones that they sell through distribution channel, through Amazon, through, I don't know, MediaMarkt, Target, or whatever it is. That's the same thing. So Curve Finance is already live on our testnet with a mini app. We don't expect that 950 million users will use Curve Finance mini app. But we do expect that a good chunk of 950 million users will use a roll the dice game. And the roll the dice game will ask users to bet on the next roll with USDT. And maybe the user will connect their wallet there and they will get TON token or some hamster token that they got from the hamster airdrop. So we will tell these mini apps to place a swap button that in the end will land up to the curve pools. That's the distribution that we are looking for, that we're looking to target. That's what basically, like, I had an experience in Consensus, very long, and I was there when we added swaps into MetaMask. That's actually what we are trying to do here. It's not just for swaps. It's for swaps, it's for yield strategies, it's for lending and borrowing, you know? And each different mini app use case, each different consumer app will have different hooks. You don't place earn features into a rolling dice gambling thing because it's different to let user to lock money on this game. So the hook is different. It's better to distribute the swaps. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So Curve needs to be there because it's the Samsung.com shop. You know, the mini app needs to be there. It's the institutional Curve access for the user that want to directly swap on Curve. But for the retail mass market, we need to imply these distribution channels. And that's what we are actually doing. So let's close the loop. Last slide. This is a more like schematic approach of what we do. We are a Cosmos SDK, layer 1, powered by Ethermint, with delegated proof of stake. We build this integration layer that it's not a bridge. It's a bridge with extra things on TON side and on EVM side that we call TON adapter. And the idea is that Telegram mini apps, like mini games, content, even finance, Pay5, for example, will actually be live on TON and on Telegram. And they will target user with Telegram wallet. But on the back, they will distribute, just like MetaMask with swaps, they will distribute the DeFi opportunities that are powered by TAC. And we are focusing on this because we can onboard very easily the blue chip of the Ethereum DeFi, and we can reduce the cost of capital. Because providing liquidity on an EVM dApp that is battle-tested, on a battle-tested technology, it's much cheaper than providing liquidity on a dApp that is written in a new language, on a new blockchain, with much higher risk and not enough track records. So that's the power. But again, we are running a Cosmos SDK that will be secured by our token. Is it enough? Like, from our earliest conversation, we do expect that this will become a very big honeypot because historically, there's been no hack on TON, zero hack, because it's too complex even for hackers to hack. We are coming with an EVM with already existing protocols and with probably a good chunk of liquidity on it. We will be an honeypot. And our token, even from like a game theory perspective, in order to secure this amount of TVL should be considered at very high FTV. That is not going to happen because the market, it's not always rational. So our idea to be ready for this was we need to tap into a different security system. And what's the best security than the most secure network in the world? That is Bitcoin. And that's why we engaged with Babylon. We are working with them. We candidate TAC as among the first BSN that will be secured by Bitcoin staking. And for us, this will be utmost importance because, again, there was historically 0x on TON. We definitely don't want to be the first. So yeah, that's it.
We have a panel that I'm personally pretty excited about. It's about BSN security and liquidity. We'll listen from, builders in the Babylon ecosystem of, the advantages of building BSNs and also the liquidity side of things. Welcome Kenny from Manta, Alexi from Bob, and Kyle from Avail, Marco again from TAC, and Matthew from SpiceNet.
All right, welcome to the party, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the event. My name is Kyle Rojas. I lead the business team at Avail, where we're working on modular chain block space scalability, interop, even for Bitcoin, and EVM, non-EVM, as well as multi-token staking, including Bitcoin and Bitcoin LSTs. I'm joined today by some pretty amazing people, so maybe we just do a quick round of intros going from closest to me down, and we start there.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenny. I'm
co-founder over at Manta Network. We're the largest modular L2 on Ethereum, and we recently started using Babylon for Bitcoin shared security to enhance our finality because we're OP stack based. So happy to chat about that.
Hi guys, I'm Matt. I've been in the space for about 6 years now, but I read the Bitcoin white paper when I was 14. So it's been a big part of what I've looked forward to for a lot of my life. And I'm a co-founder at SpiceNet. We're a global settlement layer for all markets.
Hey all, I'm Alexei. I'm the co-founder of Bob. We're a hybrid layer 2. We've been building on Bitcoin as a team for 10 years now, contributors to BitVM. And yeah, I've been working on integrating Bitcoin security to power our hybrid design where we can connect both Bitcoin and Ethereum and other ecosystems in the future.
Hello again, I'm Marco. I'm the co-founder of TAC. I just had the talk, so I hope that is clear for everyone what we are doing.
Awesome. So I think we already know where we're at today. We're talking about Bitcoin security and liquidity, how it applies to all of your ecosystems and beyond. So let's start with Bitcoin itself before diving into all the experimentation that you guys are doing as well as others. Bitcoin is clearly the most decentralized blockchain with the highest economic security. But trigger warning, and some of you might know, there's still not a ton to do on the chain, but a lot of work's being done to make Bitcoin usable across the ecosystem. Are any of you aware and can share what types of initiatives are going on to make Bitcoin more usable? And maybe beyond Babylon, I think we all know what Babylon's doing, but anything you can do to share, and in addition to that, do you actually ever think Bitcoin will ever be able to compete as an execution layer, or do you think it's better served as something completely different?
Yeah, I'll go first. I think that Bitcoin is competing as an execution layer, and Ethereum honestly has to be a little bit scared because Ethereum's getting very expensive and a lot of computation is happening off-chain anyways. I don't know about you guys, but if I'm doing my computation off-chain, I'd probably rather post the proofs to Bitcoin than to Ethereum. So.
Well, I mean, I think it's a bit early to say that Bitcoin's really competing on the computational side. I mean, it is quite early still. L2s on Bitcoin are just getting started, and realistically, a lot of the technology that we're deploying is actually from Ethereum. So, as an L2 builder, I think specifically coming from the Bitcoin side, our job is to level the playing field, right? Up until recently, every startup that would build in the space would go to Ethereum. There was nothing else, not even close. Now Solana started challenging ETH, but more like on the retail-focused meme coin kind of powered narrative, which onboarded a lot of people. And only recently we started seeing builders pick Bitcoin, and it's still quite early where people are still trying to figure out do I build on the L1, 1.5, do I go to a layer 2? And if you look at just the cumulative funding raised for Bitcoin layer 2s, we're still so far away from anything else that we've seen on Ethereum. So we're at the start of, we're at the Bitcoin Renaissance event. We're still at the start of this Bitcoin Renaissance, but it's certainly accelerating. It would be quite cocky, I guess, to say that we're already competing with Ethereum. But we will. It's going to take us some time. But if you look at, the TVL to market cap ratio of Ethereum is 30%. On Bitcoin, what, 0.1, 0.2%? That's nothing. That's 100x plus 300x plus market opportunity there, and that's why Bitcoin DeFi is likely the largest opportunity of the decade. And everybody's looking at it, right? Every single chain, ETH L2s, L1s, everyone who has played and built in these other ecosystems, they're trying to develop a Bitcoin strategy. And if you don't have one, good luck in 2 years.
Yeah, I think one thing is it's just harder to build with Bitcoin right now. People are figuring that out, and EVM's just the easier solution right now. But there's BitVM, there's OPCat. Are you guys working on any of that technology, either as a whole and trying to push forward the ecosystem, or what about your specific projects? And what other technologies are there out there besides BitVM, OPCat that are going to kind of change the game, potentially?
I mean, BitVM is, I think it's always like, with BitVM, the name is a bit confusing because the VM doesn't really have much to do with like a virtual machine. BitVM is just a way to essentially hack fraud proofs into Bitcoin so we can build trust minimized ways to bridge Bitcoin into Bitcoin secure networks and ultimately also build Bitcoin rollups. So for Bob, obviously that's a very core component of our infrastructure. We've co-designed the BitVM2 system, which is what is actually being built out in production right now and plays a very important role together with Bitcoin secure networks. The technology itself is obviously not the only factor here, and yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I will actually agree with you, because if we consider computation like we do on Ethereum, I mean, I don't see the Bitcoin DSL being able to do anything important. If we consider layer 2s on Bitcoin, that is another type of discussion, but for me that is not even computation. As like a former L2 founder on Ethereum, I really believe that if OP-cut will ever be introduced and will be accepted by the Bitcoin community and ecosystem, there will probably be game over for Ethereum, in my opinion. Because having the possibility to rely on a settlement layer that is 10 times, 200 times more secure, 20 times more secure than Ethereum, what's the point of using Ethereum as a settlement layer? That's the big question, in my opinion. So in that case, it's not going to be a computation, but definitely it's going to be like the most important settlement layer we have.
And I think all you guys are using Babylon as a BSN. You just talked about what you're doing, the tech ecosystem. What are the other ways, aside from, let's say, the security and then the liquidity that comes out in that minted version on Babylon? What are the ways are you thinking of getting Bitcoin utility in your ecosystems, or what are you excited about?
I think over at Manta, right, we are an EVM-based chain. So I think what's really nice about this is the Bitcoin shared security layer is probably the most, well, as you mentioned, right, the most secure in the world right now, the most decentralized. And I think that's really where the opportunity is, because whether or not Bitcoin overtakes Ethereum as an execution layer is highly dependent on how it builds its developer ecosystem, how it has adoption for applications, and any use cases outside of DeFi, which I truly don't believe we've seen anything that's sustainable outside of DeFi to date. In terms of the next probably 2 years or so, I do think the security element is probably going to be a huge driving factor, because ultimately I think that pushes for a lot of adoption. Why? Because it's not limited just to Bitcoin, right? We're already using it on the Ethereum ecosystem for fast finality on Manta Network, and we're starting to see a lot of other EVM-based chains starting to use Bitcoin security as additional enhancements to their finality. So I think that's a really big opportunity that we haven't even fully tapped into at this moment.
Yeah, I fully agree. From a liquidity perspective, if we're able to bring a large chunk of the Bitcoin that is being held into DeFi, I mean, that's the biggest injection to DeFi we would have ever seen, right? It's one of the largest untapped markets for liquidity, and DeFi is quite starved for liquidity. So I see it as one of the easiest solutions to source that liquidity. And I think that within a couple of years, if people see that they can earn yield on their Bitcoin and it's safe, they'll do it. And I know a lot of people will argue with me and they'll say, well, if you're holding Bitcoin, you probably don't want to risk it. I think that humans are greedier than that, and if they know that they can make some money and it's not that risky, they'll definitely do it.
I mean, I think for us, right, being a BSN is not just about adding like a bit more security and a bit more finality, which I think it's important, but I don't think users care as much just about that. For us, it's really about making it easier to access Bitcoin in DeFi. We've built products that allow you to one-click deploy into products on Bob. And with Bob then being secured by Bitcoin staking, that just gives you a very good platform, which, yes, security is there. But where it becomes interesting is with things like Hybrid BTC, so a new product that allows you to then build vaults that deploy into other chains, right? Because there's always Ethereum, Solana-based Bearer movement. Everyone wants Bitcoin. Everyone's willing to pay for it. There's incentives, there's opportunities there. And right now, if you have BTC, where do you go? you have to figure out all these different networks, you have to fragment your liquidity, and what we've built is a way for you to just deploy and pick your, I want to deploy this onto Ethereum, and then you get it tokenized back as a yield-bearing asset, which you can then use in Bob's DeFi ecosystem, use it as collateral, and you don't have to leave the Bitcoin security ecosystem. And these bridges, these connections, right, from Bob to Ethereum, from Bob to whatever, Berachain, Solana, these will also be powered by Bitcoin security. So the goal here is good UX, easy access to Bitcoin yield opportunities, Bitcoin DeFi opportunities, and of course, make that as secure as possible. And once you then add BitVM into the mix, and again, I'm again talking about security, but security is, of course, a perception. But if you look at Arbitrum and Optimism on Ethereum, you have fraud-proof, when you have now soon ZK systems, and we're now getting that on Bitcoin. So you're basically leveling the playing field, you're proving out that, look, you don't have to make the choice between going into the Ethereum ecosystem and benefiting from a very robust piece of infrastructure. You can also now do this in Bitcoin, and we have even better UX than any other network. And I think that's a superpower of BSNs, is tapping into these approaches, the better UX, the better accessibility, and then unlocking something we call the liquidity flywheel, specifically with liquid staking assets, because ultimately, we BSNs here, we're the yield, right? That's where the staking rewards for Bitcoin come from, and you're naturally incentivized to use Bitcoin that you've deposited into staking and then tokenized maybe as an LST. That's the best place to use it. Because if you put it on Ethereum, you're not going to be getting a lot of staking rewards. If you put it on Bob, well, that's actually where you will start earning staking rewards. And you're contributing to these staking rewards by being part of the network, helping grow liquidity, attract more users. And that, again, allows us to cycle in more and more liquidity into this ecosystem. And what makes this BSN ecosystem so dangerous, I guess, to Ethereum, because it's going to be like a black hole, sucking up all the liquidity that is currently fragmented across ETH, because again, it's just the best place to deploy it.
Yeah, and I totally agree on DeFi. I want to do stuff with my Bitcoin, and I've never trusted something really enough to do it, and I just kind of lock it away. And I'm excited for these new security primitives to enable me to do that comfortably. But another thing, one thing that you, Kenny, and you, Alexia, also said was economic security. And to put a little spicy question in there is, some people have the take that economic security is a meme, right? How much economic security do we actually need? One primary person that's been trumpeting this from the mountaintops is Togrul. He was at Scroll, now he's at Fluent. And I think he's got some really great points. So one, I'd love to know how much you think economic security is truly a meme or not. And does it change when you bring ZK proofs, where there's mathematical guarantees of things? I'd love to hear your takes.
Sure. The reason why I think crypto economic security is so important and unique within blockchain is because I think at the core of it, blockchain is just built around financial tooling. And the core incentive to date, today, just to kind of weed through all the BS, is finance, right? Even if you escape beyond DeFi and you talk about social fi or GameFi, at the end of the day, the important part of all this and what attracts people is not the game or the social, it's the fi, right? And so at the core of everything, the financial incentive is what drives the ecosystem. And so if you can use that financial incentive in your security mechanism, I think there's probably one of two very powerful ways to do this. Definitely ZK proofs as well. ZK proofs on the EVM side are becoming extremely scalable. But I think that ultimately, right, like the testament to your network stability and your network's utility should be correlated with the value of your network also. Because if there's no value in that, I don't think there's actually any, for better or for worse, use case. Because that's what we kind of boil down in the crypto space anyway to date.
Yeah, I think the reason why it kind of gets memed is because some projects will use it as like a defining metric to say, look at how much success we've accrued, but it's like, if you have a lot of economic security and no users, no liquidity, no actual TVL, then it's not a replacement for those things. It shouldn't be a metric you show to say, look, we're such a successful chain with so many users. But it is very important, and it's something that you need to have.
I personally think the two things will go layered. You cannot have security coming from ZK at a layer one. Like ZK security still rely on an economic security underneath, otherwise it's useless. It's not decentralized at the end of the day, you know. Yeah, I would rather love to add, like it was used in the previous question, the word security. I would love to add another keyword. That's it. That is also the reason why we are super like bullish on this partnership with Babylon. That is awareness. We are trying to bring crypto into new users, retails. And the awareness of the Bitcoin logo in the retail is much higher than any other logo. And you can say, you already can bring Bitcoin on ton as a wrapped asset, for example. But then, again, fall back to the security, right? You don't want to like onboard a whole set of new users into using a DeFi that is highly centralized by a custodian, you know? So this idea of this secured, Bitcoin secured synthetics product on Bitcoin, like many are coming up, it's very interesting, you know, and it allows us to actually focus a lot more on this type of asset because it's going to have much more awareness into new users, onboarding users in the space.
No, I appreciate all those thoughts. On the topic of liquidity, in whether in the DeFi space or as security, do you all think that the Bitcoin, whether it's BSNs or other Bitcoin applications for economic security or anything else, let's say for TVL for DeFi, will go the way of the EVM space, which means there's over 140 EVM chains building out right now. And there's many more that are planning to trying to get funded. And people say, oh, this is all Ethereum. I, in some degree, agree, but when you look at TVL, there's layer 1 TVL, and then there's all these different layer 2 TVLs, and then they're just posting transaction data and or state changes. Is that really truly all the same ecosystem? And do you think it's going to happen that way, these walled gardens, fragmented liquidity, impermeable assets, or do you think it's going to be more fluid, more permeable across as a giant liquidity pool?
I mean, I think it really depends how you set it up. You know, everybody wants to build, like, promote their own product, right? Ultimately, all BSNs are kind of frenemies, right? Like, you know, we like to compare this to the same kind of, you know, Formula One team. You know, we're all going to compete, but we need the whole team to win. And the interesting part here is that when you start such a new network, there's always the opportunity to set it up in a way that these things could be interconnected. And Bitcoin is a special case here, right? Because there's not many ways to actually build a Bitcoin secure network right now. You have merge mining, which, you know, works, hasn't really seen as much adoption beyond rootstock. And the reason is, you know, honestly, you're at the mercy of a few big mining pools, which is fine, but you don't get these liquidity effects that you could get with Bitcoin staking. And with Bitcoin staking, you now have this kind of opportunity to not only unlock the liquidity effects, but use that Bitcoin staking security to also secure the connections between different networks. And that's ultimately what we're doing with the hybrid design, right? We connect Bitcoin to Bob to Ethereum. Once Bitcoin staking is live, that bridge will be secured by Bitcoin staking. But that could be the way between Bob and Manta, right? These connections can be enforced by the BSN. Because ultimately, we all share a similar security model that is a unique opportunity to, you know, develop this from day one. Now, Kenny and I, we have some experience with this in the Polkadot ecosystem where it didn't work out quite as expected. So, you know, naturally there's, you know, it's not just about the tech, it's about, you know, figuring out ways to make sure that it's actually accessible to users. And the interesting part is that, you know, with Bitcoin, there's just not so many options that you can do it. People that have BTC are used to clunky UX, it's very hard to move. So if we design the system in a way where you can, you know, if you're bridging into one BSN and we all manage, hopefully, then to use BitVM, BitVM as it is designed comes with a really cool functionality that it has a built-in liquidity bridge system. So these operators could easily be the ones that help you move your Bitcoin between all these different networks. And you know, in Ethereum, in Polkadot, Cosmos, there's so much opportunity, so many options how you can design the system, and that's where things go south. Things are over-engineered. You add a lot of functionality that nobody cares about. Well, in Bitcoin, it's just so hard to get it right. There's like so little we can do that maybe we have a shot at, you know, it's just going to be one option. There's not going to be 5 different interoperability standards. It's going to be one. And that's the one that's going to work. So I think there's this unique opportunity just because it's so hard to build stuff on Bitcoin that there's going to be one way to communicate between different BSNs. And that, again, will make it easier for users to kind of, you know, be able to move their assets around if they really want to.
It does still feel zero-sum, though. in a sense, because one network's different from the other, even if they're permeable, as opposed to one giant liquidity pool. So to kind of second guess, it feels like it's either on this network or this network. So not to say it's bad or good, it's just I would love for us all to like find a way to make that not a thing, so we can all kind of work together as opposed to against each other. And also that if you think that there's going to be one interop solution, I agree, and I actually hope that's the case, so that there's standardization, because in other ecosystems, there's not, especially EVM. There's not one standard way to do it. Do you have any idea what that standard might be?
It's going to be BitVM, right? I mean, the thing is with EVM, it's so easy to build something, and that's why it's so easy to get into the market. That's why you have like 50 different bridge solutions. With BitVM, I mean, there is like half a dozen people that really know how it works right now. Not everybody really wants to dig into the depths of Bitcoin script. I mean, honestly, it's very annoying. It's very frustrating. And again, Bitcoin is so limited. You can't like have 5 different versions there. There's going to be one that works. If we are lucky, then it's going to be really good, and that's what we're going to use. Of course, then you could have teams that kind of try to build their own BitVM version and so on. But at the core, you're going to work with the same operators because, again, in practice, how many people, how many technical teams, how many staking providers will have the resources to operate this, understand, and like actually build an expertise? It's not going to be that many. So at the end of the day, you're going to have the same maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and hope that number grows, operators. And again, just from practical perspective, it's going to converge to one design.
Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Any dissent?
I also want to add some color here. I agree. Going back to the original question, right? Like, I don't think we over here can predict exactly, where the liquidity is going to flow and everything. At the end of the day, I think it all really depends on incentives. I think in blockchain, we tend to worship technology a little bit more than I think, we should. And if you look historically across all the different successful ecosystems, successful applications, right? Using even Polkadot as a case study here, right? Like, why was Polkadot successful for the time that it was successful? It wasn't successful because the technology was amazing. I mean, the technology is amazing, but the product was not so great, especially in terms of user experience. But at the end of the day, it still grew a huge user base during that time that it was, in the spotlight. Why? Because the incentives were there. And so, whether the liquidity flows directly through, the Bitcoin ecosystem, or it goes into EVM, maybe SVM or others, ultimately, I think boils down to, which ecosystems can attract the users.
Yeah, one thing I think is Polkadot is actually pretty good primitives. Nominator proof of stake, the fragment selection algorithm, it increases decentralization, which is why we built on it. But I think Ethereum wins because there's so much more dev tooling. And the more dev tooling, the more expansive it is, the more people are going to build on it, and it's actually simpler. I think Polkadot was a little way too technical for its time and still didn't really make it accessible to a lot of people. But I think dev tooling in the end will bring the developers and then bring the end users because people can build. Yeah.
If I may just add one thing to that, because I think we should draw a very clear line between like Polkadot, Cosmos, and like the BSN ecosystem, because you're forced into a certain stack in these ecosystems, right? Polkadot work well within the substrate ecosystem, Cosmos with the Cosmos SDK. You're forced into that stack, you have to inherit it. Whereas with the BSN, you can plug this into anything. I mean, we have OP stack chains, Arbitrum stack chains, Cosmos chains. Anybody can easily plug in the Bitcoin security on top, which makes this less of a lift, and everybody can customize their system. We don't have to build on the same stack. We're not forced to kind of adopt some completely new technology that has no dev tooling. It's much more loosely coupled, which I think is actually a good thing, because it allows each of the BSNs to focus on what's important for their product, for their users, but still have the benefit of inheriting Bitcoin security and being able to tap into some of that liquidity. And even if we end up competing, which we will, it's different because actually the ecosystems are very different. Within Polkadot, you have like one DEX chain. It's very hard for another one to emerge. Whereas here, it's like there's so many, like you will have more and more chains that have nothing to do with any of us, that they don't even know what we're doing and we don't care what they're doing. They're going to just be able to plug in Bitcoin security and say, hey, that's useful. And sure, it might compete for Bitcoin liquidity, but the big benefit here is there's so much of it. Until we run out, I mean, if we really get to the point that we have converted so much Bitcoin liquidity that we're now starting to fight for that amount, I mean, we're all pretty well off. We're going to be bigger than anybody else.
I think that's like the point, right? You could stay on what you're used to. You could stay with the wallet you're used to. And infra, as an end user, is super sticky. MetaMask sucks, and I still freaking use it because like I have so much there, and then I have to think about taxes and which wallet am I going to use and so on. So I totally agree there. And that's cool that the Bitcoin can go to all these different ecosystems. I see, and that goes to I don't know how many questions we can have left, maybe a couple more. This goes to the idea of modularity in general. There's settlement, execution, consensus, DA, all these different things you can mix and match. One thing I'm super excited about and nerd out on is the VM wars, like the execution wars. SVM, pretty fast, soon network using Optimism, the OP stack, decoupled SVM. Rooch is a BSN that used Aptos' Mississippi consensus, which is blazing fast. They actually created their own VM. And all these different people can choose the stacks they want. Are you guys thinking of doing that, whether it's you and the EVM or you and Cosmos or whatever you guys are doing? Are you guys thinking of taking these different execution layers, which are extremely fast, or is it something that's not really needed right now? And this is like TPS, this is block time, so on like that.
I can take on my side, like
I can't hear.
You can hear?
Yeah, no.
Okay. We tapped into an ecosystem that decided and was almost forced to decide to don't adopt the EVM, and we saw a huge amount of issues coming out of this. Because when you want to adopt a new execution environment that does not have already a very big ecosystem of developers, then you have like 3 to 4 to 5 years in front of you that you need to survive to onboard these developers. And the more we go ahead, the more difficult it will be, the more time will take. Solana took 3 years, 4 years to start to see emerging an ecosystem of developers. On some other technology like Cairo, we still don't see any adoption, right? TVM is the same, fancy for ton. So yeah, I do believe that the more we go on, the more barrier will be for new execution environment to get in. And I believe that's the work that many teams are doing on optimizing the existing execution environment, like the EVM. There's a lot of things going on optimizing and making the EVM faster and removing bottlenecks. That is the way to go on. Like, you don't add a new execution stack every few years. It never happened in the history of the informatics of IT. So it will not happen here.
Are you guys in the same boat?
To maybe add on to that, right? I think it's important to maybe decouple like the smart contract language from the actual underlying execution environment. I mean, look, Base just released an upgrade. They took it to 250 milliseconds. That works for all of us. We're super rich, member. We can. That's the benefit of using the EVM, specifically OP stack, right? Because it's plug and play. And you have teams that's this whole speed debate. It's such a fast chain. I mean, look, honestly, does it really matter? It should feel instant. It's possible with EVM, SVM. I personally never understood why we're so bullish on having 5 different. I mean, yes, I think it should happen, definitely. There's a reason for that. You have Windows and Mac and Linux, right? There will be multiple versions of that. I do feel there's a lot of room for other virtual machines to grow. But look at, Windows is dominating, Mac is, there's only 3. EVM has so much money behind it. It'll get so much better before anything else can overtake it. And the benefit of that is it has the adoption, right? You don't only have to build the tooling, you have to convince everyone to switch over. Solana did a really good job, right, at kind of setting that up. Movement, maybe. I don't see any other option coming up because you need so much money to compete against any of those 3.
Yeah, it's also important to underline the trade-offs here, because some of the innovation coming on the EVM space are pushing towards to get some compromises and trade-off, right? So it's important that there is a right balance. Don't forget that the most secure chain out there runs at 10-minute block time. It's Bitcoin, So good to see the recent base upgrade, good to see what Mega 8 is doing, Rise, Monad, and blah, blah, blah. But let's not forget that we are here for the decentralization. So there are some trade-offs that should not be taken.
All right, we two more questions. This one's a little meaty. The second one's fast. Speaking to your point of, let's say, base going to flash blocks, and now you have 200 millisecond blocks. Like a big reason why I came into this ecosystem were the tenets of decentralization, censorship resistance, and getting away from centralized infra, which is controlled by one of three of the biggest tech companies in the world. And in any roll-up ecosystem so far, it seems that people are slow to decentralize their sequencer. Maybe it's economic incentives because they make fat revenue on it. Maybe it's laziness. Maybe the tech's not there. Why do you think there is a slow progress to decentralization? Is it economic? Is it tech? Is it something else? And then to counter this, in the end, does it even really matter as long as the end user's happy? Which I get kind of nerdy in tech and kind of lose the forest for the trees. When in the end, I'm an end user. Maybe they're just concentrating on people to have a good experience.
Yeah, I think people are slow to decentralize because it slows down the speed at which you can release and ship. I think that this will be less common for Bitcoin layer 2s because of kind of the ethos of Bitcoin, right? People care more about security and decentralization over how fast the product is shipped, right? So I think that'll become less of a problem, at least in this ecosystem.
I'll answer in two parts. The first part is, this what do you call it? The trilemma, yeah, that Vitalik originally sort of labeled it as. I personally don't think that the trilemma is solved at any one particular stack, because if any one particular layer, whether it's the L1 or the L2, can solve this, then there's no necessity for any other layer or any other infra. And so it's really a cooperation across various layers of infrastructure as well as infrastructure products to create the solution to the trilemma. And so in the short term, I think that for an L2, right, what's the purpose of the L2? I think the purpose of the L2 is to drive users, experiment with new scalable applications, and try to push the envelope as quickly as possible. Does that mean it sacrifices decentralization? Yes, but at the same, by that same sort of nature, right, like the L1 is where these censorship resistance should come into play, right? This is where the decentralized nature should come into play. Now today, you can say, like it's because L2s want to make revenue or they're selfish or whatnot, but I think it's largely the technical limitations. But in the long term, right, I think the bigger question is, what is the fate of L2s? What are L2s going to look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I don't think it's going to be, 150 different L2s or 5,000 different L2s, right? Like we've seen this consolidation in the Bitcoin competition space. We've seen this consolidation in the Ethereum and the Ethereum competition space, right? All these different forks of Ethereum are these Ethereum killers and all that stuff. And we consolidate. And I think that L2s are going to consolidate as well, but a little bit differently, because in order to truly capture the level of scale and user activity that we want, we're so far from it to the point where if we actually attempt to come close to what we refer to as this ethereal killer app, there's no single L2 that is going to sustain it. I argue Solana can't sustain it as well. Solana's Pump Fund, which is the poster child of Solana the past couple of years, maximum daily active users at its peak was about 150,000. Duolingo, 15 million daily active users every single day, right? And so we're still playing in our sandbox. I don't think any particular L2 is going to solve the problem of scalability. Rather, we're going to start moving towards horizontal scalability across the L1. The L2 itself becomes a commodity because at the end of the day, all of our technologies are open source, which means that someone can take the best and replicate it, and that creates much more interoperability, composability as well. So, like, long story short, I don't think that it's really an issue right now. It's just like, where are L2s headed? I think there's a lot of sort of consolidation and horizontal scalability factors that are at play that we don't explore right now, but should be probably the future.
I mean, go ahead.
No, that is amazing because Kenny, you just gave the definition of sharding. like horizontal scalability. It's what happened on Ton, right? So when there is too much traffic, a new work chain is spin up, you know? But then what's the counter argument on this? A transaction on Ton can take even 2 minutes. So where's the fast anymore? You know, like, so still we will still find other issues, you know? So what you said about like the trilemma that is solved at a different layer, I fully agree, but there are different ways to do that. It must be symbiotic. It must be like not parasiting one layer over the other. 2 examples. Lightning Network on Bitcoin is fully symbiotic, right? Because Bitcoin is the asset, because Bitcoin gets locked into the channels, Bitcoin removed from the cell pressure. So the more Bitcoin moves into Lightning Network, the better it is for Bitcoin. If we look at how layer 2s are going today, it's completely opposite. These compete each other. First of all, they are driven by other interest coming from VCs. They have a token. I know you run a layer 2. I used to run as well. That's pretty worrisome because, you know, it's like they don't accrue value to the underlying asset. And in turn, it removes the security aspect of it. Because the less is value of Ethereum, the less is security that L2 is going to inherit, you know. So there are some positive flywheel, like the Bitcoin approach with Lightning Network. Not saying that it works because it has a lot of issues with liquidity lock-in. But there are also negative flywheel approach, like we see today on layer 2. I believe that the real solution is going to be the one that is where the Ethereum world is going right now, based on native rollups, you know, and it's kind of like horizontal scaling of the layer 1. Is interoperability on the layer 1, and this value accrual that is going into the ETH token at the end of the day. So yeah, that's my few cents.
I mean, I guess maybe to add a spicy take, I find it quite fascinating, you know, to observe these cycles. Layer 2s are all about compromise. You're making a compromise between performance and security. You can't have both, right? If you want to speed up, like layer 2 takes a single sequencer, you'd go very, very fast, and then, you know, someone checks that everything was fine, like fraud proofs, ZK proofs, whatever. And now we're kind of, you know, we start talking about like shared sequencers and, you know, all is essential as a sequencer and add another proof of stake consensus on top of that. Like Polkadot also had like the collators and they had to also stake. And you're just kind of like convoluting and going back to individual POS systems, which again then have bottlenecks in like performance. You can't have both. Like we see with ordinals and like meta protocols on Bitcoin, which then, you know, work with like client-side validation and, you know, they don't have like a global consensus. And then you see these protocols be like, oh, well, we want global consensus. And then you end up building your own new chain. So it's either or. And we keep on iterating. And with each iteration, I feel like it gets better. Like you kind of, you know, the lines maybe blur more. But at the end of the day, you know, you can have a network that is as secure and decentralized as Bitcoin be as fast as something as centralized as an L2 with a sequencer. These are trade-offs. And I just personally think, you know, make your choice. Build what fits most with like what users want and roll with that. And you know, if your users say, oh, actually, you know, if you realize that you need like more security, more decentralization, okay, you can decentralize your sequencers. You end up being a proof of stake system, fine. But you're not going to be as fast as a single sequencer L2 or like something like Solana that is clearly not as decentralized as Ethereum. It is just what it is.
Yeah, the point is that user loves Facebook until they get deplatformed. So yeah, it's different that side as well. So you need to find the right balance between the two as well.
Yeah, I was just kidding. We have another 45 minutes for this talk, right? I got you. All right. Thanks to the panels. I really enjoy the honest takes, the spicy discussion. Appreciate your patience in my second guessing, and thanks to everybody for listening.
Thanks, guys.
We have another panel coming up, which is Liquid Bitcoin for the world. Let's see how Bitcoin liquidity is, you know, going to turn out in the next year or so. We have Matt, head of product of Lombard. We have Matt from Redstone, head of BD. And Catherine, head of ecosystem from Solve. And Rob, core contributor of Acorn. And Ian, which is the co-founder of Cairo Research.
Awesome. Thank you guys for coming out today. We've got a pretty good panel lined up here. One that's extremely relevant to Babylon with Bitcoin staking. So if you could all go ahead and kind of give an introduction about yourself, what you're working on, and we'll kind of take it from there.
Sure, I can jump in. The name is Matt. I lead BD for Redstone, which is an Oracle provider.
And as an Oracle, we specifically specialize in yield-bearing collateral for lending markets, anything that's yield-bearing that people like to leverage loop on, things like Compound or Spark or Venus is our bread and butter. And one of the biggest chunks of the market that we are attacking right now is the Bitcoin staking derivatives. Hence, we are also in that discussion.
Very good. Hi, my name's also Matt. I'm head of product at Lombard. At Lombard, we're on a mission to connect Bitcoin to on-chain finance, pretty much transforming Bitcoin from a store of value to a productive financial asset.
Hey guys, my name's Rob. I'm a core contributor at Acorn Network, and I'm also a researcher at Amber Group. Yeah, I don't know, I bought Bitcoin in 2017, fell in love with it, and now I'm helping out Acorn create a liquid staking protocol on Bitcoin.
Hi, I'm Catherine, head of BD for Sol Protocol, and we are one of the Babylon liquid staking provider. Our product is SolBTC.Babylon. We also have our flagship product, SolBTC. We want to take Bitcoin into various ecosystems. So whenever it goes to expand to a new chain, we like to take SolBTC and SolBTC.Babylon with us. And I think currently we're deployed on over 10 blockchain networks, and hopefully in 2025 there will be more.
Awesome, thank you all. And quick background on myself, I'm Ian from Kairos Research. We do a lot of research around LSTs and LRTs, so this kind of fits right into all of that. So we'll go ahead and jump into some protocol-specific questions, and then we'll kind of get into some general discussion. So to kind of kick it off with Lombard Matt, if I could. So obviously Lombard's been pretty pivotal in all of Babylon staking. You've got like a 43% market share in terms of all Bitcoin staked on Babylon. What is unique exactly about LBTC? And if I'm a developer out there, like why am I trying to get LBTC integrated into my protocol?
It's a good question. So for LBTC, firstly, I think it's the simplicity of one crypto asset. We have a very simple narrative, and that means we can measure KPIs against growth, against DeFi usage, and really kind of concentrate on making sure that LBTC is integrated with all of the top-tier blue chip protocols, supported by some of the best infrastructure providers, such as Redstone. And then kind of really hyper-focus on user acquisition and user retention. Acquisition, I think, is a great example. Our onboarding user experience results in deterministic Bitcoin deposit addresses being generated. So a user doesn't have to care about Taproot versus SegWit or Bitcoin script and UTXOs. They can take that address and deposit from any exchange or wallet. So really focusing on user experience, I think, is important there. And from a developer perspective as well, we have a Lombard SDK to integrate native Bitcoin staking into different wallets and platforms as well. So, thank you.
Yeah, awesome. And then either Catherine or Rob, if you want to kind of take the same question more or less.
Sorry, what's the question again? I'm just reading it.
Mainly just what's the value add of like Solve BTC, like kind of why you're trying to get it integrated, and if there's like overlap with the same answers, that's totally fine as well.
So in terms of Solve, I think for us we see how we want to provide value to Bitcoin holders. I think Babylon is we saw it as one of the avenues to provide value to Bitcoin holders. We've been very supportive of Babylon, and I think we drove about $1 billion in TVL, a little bit less now because of the Bitcoin price. There should be a lot more growth. And I think in the year of 2024, we have explored other opportunities for Bitcoin holders as well. I think we created a similar product offering for CoreDAO, the Bitcoin sidechain. And at the same time, we kind of sort of experiment a little bit because Bitcoin, we see it as a good collateral assets. And we did a strategy on Ethena and Jupiter Exchange on Solana, so allowing Bitcoin holders to participate these yield options without giving up their Bitcoin assets. And it's interesting because we observed the TVL, because that in itself kind of gives us an indication how popular the product is. And then Babylon by far is still the most popular product. And it's almost giving us a validation of continue supporting Babylon and SolBTC.Babylon as an assets. And our thesis, why this is way more popular than the other products, is number one, is actually very simplistic. It's just staking. It's very easy for users to understand. If they want to bring Bitcoin on chain, this is probably the one thing that they're most comfortable with to start with. And number two, we observe is our thesis is very composable, that allows a lot of DeFi strategy to be done using SolBTC.Babylon and similar to LBTC. And so we're almost playing into it. We are pushing various products, and we're seeing the Babylon-related products has seen a lot more success than the other ones. But at the same time, we are still keeping our options open and continue exploring new products for Bitcoin holders.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's really crazy for two protocols to have over $1 billion in deposits in 3 limited cap windows. So, I mean, congrats to both of you. That's fantastic. And then for Rob, I know Acorn was kind of a newcomer on the block. So kind of what blockchains are you prioritizing for your yield-bearing Bitcoin LST?
Yeah, that would be our wrapped Acorn Bitcoin, which is the yield-bearing asset from Acorn. And it's kind of, we want to focus on where actual users are using DeFi. And I mean, the obvious answer right now is Berachain. I think it incentivizes liquidity, but also real users are doing DeFi. Personally, like prior to this, sure, I had stables in Athena, sure, I had LSTs, but I wasn't really doing complex looping strategies. But going to all these Berachain conferences this week, everyone's using DeFi. So you kind of want your asset to be where actual users are using DeFi. And maybe for all of us, one day, our assets can be whitelisted as a reward vault on Berachain. We can get more incentives, more yield, and that's kind of what we're all offering, a yield product. So yeah, Berachain's super good. I think we've all had good experiences with them. And I also like Corn, the Bitcoin layer 2. But yeah, I mean, we can go anywhere where layer 0 is, but I like those too.
Yeah, thank you. And then Matt from Redstone, I mean, Redstone's kind of a key thing for not just Bitcoin LSTs, but a lot of the larger yield-bearing products out there like LRTs and LSTs. So if you could kind of give us a brief rundown on, I guess, your work specifically within this ecosystem and kind of how you're helping it develop.
So we are in the business of delivering the sexiest type of collateral possible to lending markets all across the board, whether in the EVM ecosystem, non-EVM ecosystem. And the narrative obviously has been shifting throughout the past 18 or 24 months. We've seen the growth of LSTs, LRTs, yield-bearing stables, different forms of RWAs as well, mainly T-bills. And then for now, definitely Bitcoin is the name of the game when it comes to what people would like to use and leverage loop on lending markets. So this is kind of our way of thinking in terms of we kind of have to go where the market tells us to go. But the interesting thing about especially the Babylon Bitcoin derivatives is that we've seen quite a lot of penetration of these assets within the EVM ecosystem. So people are generally familiar with the value proposition. But then when we have ventured out of the EVM ecosystem into things like SUI, for example, this was kind of a net new thing for them. So for some of the protocols out there, that you can actually have a yield on top of your Bitcoin holdings, and then you can profitably loop them as well. So our job is also kind of to be the messenger here and make sure that the innovation is kind of evenly spread out, not only in the EVM ecosystem, but also elsewhere, just to make sure that the biggest lending markets out there can just put their hands on the highest quality, super sexy collateral that people just want to use within those markets.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very, very helpful. And yeah, we're seeing that across every lending market with these types of products. It's usually the most supplied asset outside of the native asset itself, just through these looping strategies. But for a panel about LSTs, it would be kind of silly of us to not talk about what the L stands for, liquid. So when we're thinking about actual liquidity for these things, and whoever would like to take this first, how do you think about where you should incentivize liquidity to aggregate, whether it's on a certain chain, a certain protocol? And then also, another thing Bitcoiners specifically are quite interested in is the security, because obviously staking Bitcoin is something that sounds absurd until today, really, because we couldn't really imagine this a year ago, or 2 years ago, rather. So that's a two-part question. I'll open it up to whoever would like to take either part of that.
Yep, I can start. Let's begin with security as the most important part there. Obviously, whilst we're LSTs, we're all in effect Bitcoin bridges, and between two very different networks. So that has a myriad of different issues and design patterns which can be implemented. So building up that trust is incredibly important, and I think you see different types of custody setup and security setup for users' funds, whereas Babylon is self-custodial staking. When you're depositing Bitcoin into an LST, there are various types of security setup. So for Lombard, we partner very closely with Cubist and use their trusted execution environment with multiple layers of policy and security, and the day-to-day operations being provided by a consortium of some of the largest institutions within crypto. The largest mining companies, the largest security vendors, and some of the largest exchanges. So that's the model we have, and that's enabled us to scale to where we are today. But then we also have to make sure we're building in trust into the proof of reserves behind our LST, and that's where working early on, fortunately, with Redstone has enabled us to get LBTC into the market into many different DeFi protocols very quickly. And a lot of people don't see the work and effort that goes into creating those reserves. For example, with Lombard earlier, I mentioned we have deterministic Bitcoin deposit addresses. So we have, I think, over maybe close to 100,000 now, which all need to be scanned and indexed from the Bitcoin chain. And Redstone have had to build out all of that infrastructure and support us on that journey. Most people don't see that effort, but that's what goes into it behind the scenes. Likewise, having multiple audits for everything we do with some of the top security vendors, such as Open Zeppelin, Veradice, helps to establish trust, and internally mature OPSEC practices as well when it comes to how we build, develop, test software, and operate internally as well. So there's a lot of parts that go into it. You also mentioned liquidity at the start. So part of that is following market demand, but also running very clear GTM campaigns with different protocols and on different chains to make sure that LBTC is in the hand of users wherever they want to use it is equally as important. I think something in common with Solve as well is the popularity of the Vault-style campaigns, DeFi Vaults. We've seen those be really effective bootstrapping mechanisms for liquidity. I think Berachain was a great example of this, where on our side we launched on Christmas Day, and after 3 weeks had over $300 million of liquidity. And that's, I think, testament to the excitement around Berachain, but also the excitement around Bitcoin DeFi and some of the other protocols involved in that effort as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think, Matt, you have to actually well explained. I probably just add on a number of points with regards to security. So one of the things, obviously, I will probably want to mention proof of reserve. This is so Solve. If you don't know, we were accused of fake TVL, and at the time it was a little bit difficult to explain because it was quite untransparent. And with Bitcoin, not being, a smart, not being on natively on Ethereum, it's a little bit hard to do proof of reserve. And I know the rest don't actually have that similar service. And then we engage Chainlink for the longest time to get them do our proof of reserve. And at the time, it wasn't available, so that kind of contributed to some of the fuzz and doubts. So when we the Chainlink proof of reserve sort of was released around February this year, and unfortunately, I do feel like this is a little bit of downside for Bitcoin assets, just because intrinsically it's not on smart contract chains, and you do rely on a trusted third party to do the verification for yourself, and sometimes people don't. Was also a little bit doubtful about DeFi Llama numbers as well, because that also wasn't probably the most transparent. And so that is the first thing I probably want to add on. And I hope that through having proof of reserves, it would help the public to start or to having more trust in what we're doing, I suppose. And number two is probably want to highlight a little bit on the recent Bybit attack. And so obviously their way of attack is obviously sort of like mask the front end to sort of fool you into signing a transaction, but it's actually for something else. That is we actually had a framework or methodology internally to prevent that from happening. We actually had that system since 2023. Before Solve got into BTC-Fi, we were almost like a vault, actually. We're like on-chain asset management. And back in the day when Save 1.3.0 was released, they had a framework called Transaction Guard. And we utilized the Transaction Guard and created something called Solve Guard. So when we did that, it was to prevent ourselves from internally doing malicious functions, which is essentially it acts as a last layer of protection that the transaction can only a preset transaction can go through. So you cannot be kind of fooled in the front end. So that is something that we have been using since 2023 internally. And when we saw the Bybit hack and previously the Radium hack, we started to discuss whether or not we should almost started to engage industry partners to maybe adopt this kind of thing. It's actually not that hard to develop. We intend to make it open source. It's all like free of charge, and that is something we actually started engaged with Bybit to see if they are open to develop. It's actually really simple. It's the last layer of check, and I think overall, I think as asset issuers, we are very responsible in many ways to hold ourselves in the highest level of security ethos, and that is something we're trying to sort of continue and to help the public to be more sure with our protocols.
Yeah, thank you. It's really helpful context as well on kind of the general backdrop of everything happening. But yeah, Rob.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, with Acorn, users are depositing Bitcoin on Bitcoin main chain. So it's kind of important for us to secure this Bitcoin. So we're using a hardware security module wallet system, which is kind of just a really souped up cold wallet. There's multi-signature architecture here, and there's also time locks, which kind of make it harder to break into this. We also do have a blacklist function similar to like USDC. So if someone did take the ABTC, which was minted from depositing Bitcoin, they wouldn't be able to withdraw it back and take the Bitcoin. But yeah, since the system starts with depositing Bitcoin, obviously this is a friction point for a lot of DeFi users on EVM chains. That's why it's so important for me to build up liquidity on chain for WABTC, so users can kind of just skip the process of depositing Bitcoin and can just swap on their favorite DEX.
That's very helpful. And yeah, next question, kind of want to stick with this theme of liquidity, because obviously this is quite a big thing for any liquid fund out there that's like trading any of your BTC derivatives, for lack of a better term. Like the primary thing they're going to be concerned about is, liquidity. How quick can I get in and out of this thing? Obviously you can withdraw as well, but there is like a time delay there. So you want to maximize your, opportunity cost. So in terms of keeping your asset at peg, which is quite an important thing for, all these types of assets, how do you kind of go about thinking about that? Are you guys engaging, market makers to help like ROA differences here? Are you just really concentrating liquidity within one certain swap pool, or any other methods that you guys are kind of thinking about here?
It's a combination of factors. So on one hand, we have, I believe, about 250 million in deep DEX liquidity, which helps to maintain the peg on chain. Secondly, I believe LBTC was the only Babylon LST to have redemptions available on day one from the start. So that's helped to instill confidence in the market. And then thirdly, we have a working capital buffer as well, where we have access to some liquidity if needed, to be able to deploy into the markets if we need a backstop. And those three approaches have led to a very stable price, and that can be seen over the last 6 months on chain.
Great, thank you.
Very interesting experience to share, because SolBTC.Babylon was depacked briefly for a couple of hours last November. So the reason for the depack wasn't a hack. It wasn't like a protocol exploit, but rather it was like a Telegram phishing scam. So someone actually using a very rudimentary social engineering method and obtained the private key of one of the whales, and he held a lot of money in his wallet. So when the fisher, the scammer, obtained $30 million in Bitcoin, and once he obtained that, the most natural way for it to do is to go around town and dump it, right? And so the reason I want to share this experience is actually, obviously that day was very panicking because he did depack, and looking back at it now, seeing it being restored so quickly, to us, we see it as a positive thing now, because to be honest, we are all new asset issuers. To convince other people how robust the protocol is, sometimes you need to be battle tested. And this, to be honest, to me, it forms one of the battle tests, right? So what happened was, we did depack, which is actually understandable, because $30 million is no insignificant amount. And then we were actually very pleased to see it get restored very quickly. There's a lot of people doing arbitraging that morning. The arbitragers make a lot of money that day. And so I think for us, because we went through that, it gives internally ourselves quite a lot of learnings as well, in terms of what are we going to do next time when this happens. And we saw that as a very valuable lesson. And you really have to see it depack in order to come back on the other end and be convinced yourself that you are robust. You've done it before. The next time when it happened, you will not panic. You know exactly what to do. And so I think, similar to what Matt said, we aim to build up a much in the future, continue on to build up a deeper liquidity, and that particular scam did happen before we opened up redemption. So redemption's out now. So that will help a little bit, but I think that liquidity is very important. And yeah.
That's super helpful and very transparent.
Cool. And on my side, just having native Bitcoin deposits gives, I think, just the users of Acorn confidence that they can always withdraw back to native Bitcoin if anything were to ever go wrong. But just on the liquidity side, Acorn is incubated by Amber Group, a pretty big market maker. So advising liquidity strategies, Amber doing that has been super helpful, but also concentrating on a few key ecosystems at the start versus, shotgun approaching on a bunch is super important. Sure, there's chain abstraction, but I don't really care about that. Stuff like Royco has been super helpful for everybody here. Pre-funding all the apps on these ecosystems and maybe building relationships with like Kodiak to further incentivize liquidity. Just get some solid big liquidity pools, focus on those, and then keep going from there.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then, no one knows about pegs better than Redstone. I mean, they're delivering the price feeds. And for context as well, like DPEGs and these kind of assets are like very uncommon. If you look at like kind of overall TVL for like a lot of LRTs, these are like billion-dollar products with like 8-digit liquidity. And so if you're doing like a $50 million swap, you're a whale in here and you're trying to exit for whatever reason, like DPEGs are pretty common. And so to kind of tee it up for you, Matt, what value add does Redstone have for, in this entire kind of DeFi ecosystem, whether it's for giving price feeds to lending markets, swap pools, whatever it may be?
Right, so basically the technical term that risk curators like to use for something that's very short term is deviation from the pair as opposed to a DPEG, because a DPEG sounds like something that is really concerning the fundamental value of the asset, which is usually not the case, as Catherine described, the short-term deviation from the pair, the volatility of the asset, whereas the underlying value being still intact. So basically for us, we provide different types of price feeds. For example, we've worked for the longest time with Solve on a variety of different assets across different ecosystems. A lot of that were market price feeds, so price is directly derived from the liquidity pools or any other venues that the token is trading at, because this has been sort of the requirement of the lending markets back then. But that also means when the deviation from the pair happens, you are exposed to liquidations, even if the fundamental value of that given asset is completely intact. So we've seen that shift in the meta and in the requirements that lending markets give us from the pure market price into something that rather reflects the fundamental value of the asset. So if the asset is sort of based within the EVM ecosystem, it's not based on Babylon, then it's quite easy for us to also provide something that we call a fundamental contract rate, because the assets literally the collateral sits on the smart contract. But then if we are talking about the Babylon-based derivatives, and if the assets are being deployed and added on the Bitcoin network, then it becomes more complicated. And then we get into the proof of reserve territory that some of the guys here were also explaining. So just to give you guys context, the first integration of proof of reserve for a Bitcoin asset with Lombard for LBTC, it took us 3 months to get right. The standard lead time for a standard price feed is between a week or 2 for us. So this is 2 orders of magnitude difference. And the hard part is that these products are very much alive. They are being updated. Whenever there is a native deployment on a new chain, we have to add that to the calculation mechanism just to make sure that the amount of collateral on Bitcoin network, on the ever-growing list of addresses, this used to be like 10 addresses at the very beginning, now it's 100,000 addresses. And then the amount of outstanding receipt tokens always matches. So this is kind of a living product. We are still upgrading sort of the security assumptions. The first version was very dependent on APIs, and the APIs tend to break. So then we've scaled it down, the dependence, as much as possible. And this is really non-trivial, because historically, proof of reserve, when chaining started doing it for the TradFi assets, this has been a very simple integration as well. There is a custodian like BNY, they hold some money on their books. There is an auditor as well, and the auditor says, yes, we give the stamp of approval and our reputation that the assets that BNY says there are on their books really are there, right? And that was basically a simple API call pushed on-chain. That was understood as the proof of reserve. But when we venture into the Bitcoin territory, proof of reserve is basically fully on-chain, fully programmable. There is no human intervention in the whole system. So then it becomes tricky because you have to synchronize the state between the Bitcoin network and then anything else where the receipt token is being natively minted, and also sometimes keeping in mind the funds in transit between chains, and sometimes also keeping in mind the non-native deployments on other chains. So this really becomes complicated, and you really have to be proficient with doing this if you want to get this right. And getting this right is the business that we are in. It's super easy to make a mistake here, super easy to make a mistake where users get unlawfully liquidated. So this is definitely something we want to avoid at all costs, and the security aspect is just of paramount importance here.
It's very insightful. And I think we are kind of out of time at this one. Maybe we could do a one-word answer of where you think the majority of Bitcoin LSTs will end up in the long run, if we can just kind of go down the line. One word only. Lending, DEXs,
structured products. Oh, that was 2 words, but you get the point.
Everywhere. So I want to see my mum using Bitcoin LSTs, and I want to see my bank using Bitcoin LSTs.
I would say lending, borrowing. There's huge use cases for collateralizing your Bitcoin to do other things, yeah.
Oh, true. Everywhere, but right now, Barachain.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time today, and make sure to go follow their projects on Twitter. And yeah, thank you guys.
Thank
you. Thanks for having us.
We are at our last panel for today and also for BTC Renaissance in Denver. So our last panel will be BTC Beyond the Base Layer. We have a speaker from Axelar Leo. We have Pao from Wormhole Foundation. We have Josh from Veda, Nadim from Concrete, and this panel will be moderated by Nick from Paradigm.
Hey everyone, thanks for being here. Really excited to kick off this conversation on Bitcoin beyond the base layer. We have some really great folks here to talk about their projects and what they see in the space. So why don't we just go around and quickly say who you are and what your project is working on.
Yeah, let me, that's working. Hi, my name is Pauline. I am the devel engineer at Wormhole. Wormhole is an interoperability protocol. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Wow, wow.
Well,
Okay.
it has to be longer, you think?
It's up to you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I can go ahead. Yeah, okay. And I'm Leo. I'm a DeFi BD lead at Axelar. So Axelar is a cross-chain message protocol, cross-chain bridge protocol, cross-chain interoperability protocol. Depends on what kind of word you want to use. So within the Bitcoin ecosystem, we are actually at the front end of connecting maybe the Bitcoin to any DeFi ecosystem. This is what we are doing, and happy to be here.
Hey, I'm Josh. I lead growth at Veda. Veda is the DeFi engine for financial applications. The crypto native way to say that is we're Vault infrastructure. So try to abstract away the complexity of DeFi for institutional users and even regular everyday users.
Hey, I'm Nadim. I lead ecosystem growth and business development at Concrete. So far, most of what we've deployed is Vault's infrastructure. Really flexible Vault's infrastructure that allocates across different things in DeFi. We've only been around for about 2 months with live products. You might have seen us across different pre-deposit campaigns. A lot of things still for us on the roadmap through the Concrete money market, as well as Concrete liquidation protection, which kind of makes up the Concrete protocol and adds utility to Vaults, which we see as a base layer for everything else.
And Nadim, maybe starting with you, how do you view the current state of cross-chain DeFi? What are the risks? Do they outweigh the rewards? How should folks view the sort of risk-reward trade-off right now in interoperable cross-chain DeFi?
I think we see a lot of appetite for DeFi hub vaults to exist on one chain,
but then for the complexity of cross-chain to be essentially managed by another party, where people don't really want to figure out who has the best liquidity, the best way to bring an asset to a new chain, the best opportunities on a new chain. They just want to deposit their asset on one chain, get their rewards and asset back on that same chain, but they're happy to have the underlying be bridged across chains, but they kind of want to delegate that. Now, from the perspective of a vault manager, it is actually a lot more complex than just moving that asset, and there are a lot of things that go into that. And so abstracting this away can be, pretty complex endeavor given all the standards that exist, given some ecosystems that aren't too mature, and so it can be a lot to handle. But we try to simplify this as much as possible, and I'm sure Leo would have a really good answer to this as well, given the kind of base layer cross-chain stuff there.
Yeah, we share similar views, I'm sure, on a lot of things. I would say that we live in a multi-chain where yeah, that's a duh point, but user appetite is not constrained to one chain, right? Berachain was very popular. We have a number of hyped chains in the future, and so for me, I want to create a technology in beta that turns all these different chains into just one chain, all of DeFi into just one single experience that's really easy for people. So yeah, there are a lot of risks, like Nadeem mentioned, but if you can abstract those away, do so securely, then it's not a big friction point for users.
And maybe one more follow-up question on that is, what about for Bitcoin specifically? There's a lot of large institutions out there. Do they feel comfortable, taking on some of those interop risks in the same way they would on a regular platform, or are they fully comfortable with interop and cross-chain DeFi as it exists today for Bitcoin trading?
I can be really quick here. So I view safety is or risk is a spectrum, but really most users is either safe or not safe. And so to the extent you can demonstrate rigorous security practices, I think that helps. And then you want there is a yield where people get out of bed, unfortunately. So you want to try to find that sweet spot. Obviously, if it's too high, then people ask questions. If it's too low, it's not interesting. So you got to try to navigate that.
And Leo, what are your thoughts on that? How do you kind of view this risk-reward trade-off in cross-chain Bitcoin DeFi?
Yeah, I think for the risk and versus reward assessment, if your community have to worry about the risk of using the bridge operator or your interoperability partner, I would say you must find another bridge partner, actually, because based on my past experience, none of the access partner has been asked about by their community or their investor. Does the access bridge have been secured very well, because we have a very decentralized validated set, 75, including Coinbase and Figment and the more leading one, to protect the whole network. So it's pretty hard to hack us. And we have a very clean history and very solid and robust beta test bridge. So this is the reason why I say if your community have been worried about your bridge operator partner, you should find one. Bridge operator partner should not be the one to limit your business or any interesting of institution to get into your vault or anything. That won't be the one to limit yourself. Yeah, that's my point.
And how does Wormhole do this?
Yeah, I mean, I work more on the technical side, right, as an engineer. So one thing that people need to know is that auditing budget for interop solution is by far biggest budget in this whole ecosystem. It's higher than anything else you can see in a regular protocol. Security is everything, right, when you work in interop. So it's what integrator ask first in support, but I think it's a valid reason, right, to ask for that. And when it comes to institution, I think what it's been doing, what Wormhole has been doing lately, is especially getting BlackRock being the main asset manager via Wormhole. The good thing with institutions, what it shows is that we can definitely, people who are not crypto native, people who they have very low understanding on how bridging works, can definitely be part of the game. And I think this is really what the adoption on institution is going for, and we're super happy to see that. And yeah, that seems to go into that direction, and it's a very good thing, and Bitcoin especially.
Yeah, for sure. And would you say in the way that Wormhole approaches these institutions, is it different kind of concerns that you're addressing with institution than retail? Are they asking different types of questions, or it all just comes down to the base security of interop?
I think for institution, it's a bit different than holder, right? Like we have two very different audiences there. So the institution do not ask the same question as holders. Holders are, as you know, like Bitcoin maxi, like nothing is good enough, right?
A little stubborn sometimes.
Yes,
but
exactly. But actually, I was just like 2 hours ago, I was in a talk with a guy, and he was saying, because we have this idea that Bitcoin maxi are, only them are like this, but actually, he was explaining in the stats that only 2.5% of the value in Ethereum is held by the rollup, and there's more into ETF, which also showed that Ethereum holder and institution as well prefer to have the assets on like the native thing, right? Like it's not a weird thing actually, and what is worth for Ethereum is even more worth it for Bitcoin, right? So of course the holder is, I think the general holder for Bitcoin has a different approach than institution, and institution have a tendency to probably trust a bit more people who are knowledgeable, right? Like Bitcoin holder, they trust themselves and Bitcoin. That's it, like nothing else. So yeah, I would say the approach is a little different.
But Josh and Nadim, whoever wants to answer first, but when you look at what will drive Bitcoin volumes on your platform over the next year or so, do you think it'll be institutions who want to be closer to the metal, doing things in a more native way, or it will be mostly retail driven that are already kind of comfortable with their wallet setups and things like that?
I think currently there's something in between retail and institutions which is driving all of this. It's not really like actual institutional capital, but it's also not your like small retail user. It is larger chunks of Bitcoin, whale to like semi-whale, that really drive a lot of the activity we see today. I think these people are going to have to get very comfortable and very widespread before we actually see a lot of the institutional capital come in. And really what's driving that is wanting to get exposure to yields from other ecosystem. And that isn't necessarily utility. It is in a lot of cases like rewards and other kind of liquidity bootstrapping programs that are attracting this capital out. But I think we will start essentially moving this capital to real yielding opportunities. And that's when we might see more demand on the institutional side that is less interested in like, I guess, lower, not as long opportunities and just like shorter term rewards, and want something that's like sustainable, has been proven, has been run over a few years, which I guess we're going to get eventually, but right now it's not necessarily the meta for a lot of the Bitcoin that's flowing into the EVM.
I think there's a large appetite. Like you have to get comfortable with doing stuff on chain, and like, there's a lot of new asset issuers in the Bitcoin LST space, so you have to, see them get proven out. But there's just it's a $2 trillion asset, right? And it finally can like earn yield in an on-chain way that has a lot of great properties in terms of like being transparent, secure. So we see a lot of appetite for those types of things. And like Nadim said, some of it is like more crypto forward institutions, so like family offices, liquid hedge funds, and then I'm sure we're on the verge of seeing like enterprises with Bitcoin exposure come on chain as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you think right now, your average Bitcoin holder, maybe they've been, we'll just call them whales, maybe they've been ideologically aligned with Bitcoin for several years. What do you think the DeFi community can do to get them more involved in the space? Is there just like a cultural difference between how they view Bitcoin's, relatively slow but secure life cycle versus like the fast pace of DeFi? We need to like overcome that barrier. Maybe Leo, starting with you, is there a way you think we can get more just average Bitcoin holders into DeFi?
Yeah, I think BTC-Fi or Bitcoin holders DeFi industry is still pretty early stage because I think there are not too many DeFi utility and use cases at this moment. People still stick to the EVM compatible system or Solana and the Sui, but now no ecosystem have been very delved into to use the Bitcoin to do a lot of DeFi stuff. There's no the Pando product for the Bitcoin and no the Delta neutral product to use the Bitcoin as a collateral, or no the projects are accepting the Bitcoin or any Bitcoin LSD as a collateral. At least Hyperliquid doesn't do this, or other on-chain project doesn't do this. So there's a lot of wave and a lot of things I am foreseen to see in the future. As long as more and more the DeFi protocol are using accepting the Bitcoin assets or any the Bitcoin derivative to empower their product, we will see the more retail user and more the Bitcoin holder on chain actually, and not just on the central exchange side. So this is my point.
But from Wormhole's perspective?
Yeah, I actually hold a very similar opinion because it's very difficult. Like this is what everyone is not new, but like the problem we have with Bitcoin is that you have those guys, like the guy that holds forever, and they want to do that and nothing else. And then you have the EVM ecosystem allows you to try so much stuff, right? Like as a dev, like for me to try new things or like get into like new protocol, or like anything is like, you hit the wall very quickly with Bitcoin. And so the problem is that what you get when you get into EVM, for instance, is that you will have a developer that would try, you have a lot of people that would somehow take risk or like try to innovate and so on. And it's a bit more like you're a bit more with Bitcoin, it's a lot harder to do that. So it's very hard to get a different profile actually than the holder and the person who is just like convinced, because I am also convinced it's a really good thing, but what else do I do? Then the innovation on the option you have out there is fairly limited at the moment. So whether or not it is because it's technically an issue to get different product out of Bitcoin, or if it is just that we don't want any, like, I mean, we will see, but yeah, I think that is one of the reasons at the moment.
Yeah, Nadim, what do you think? Is there a way that DeFi in general can onboard, these more like stubborn Bitcoin holders, or maybe it's not necessary, for the growth of these kind of platforms?
Bitcoin maximalism is an interesting thing. I'm happy I'm not the one at the front lines kind of fighting this war. I think a lot of the people who have been on this stage today are actually building the newer tools to essentially have more trustless or less custodial Bitcoin in the EVM world, and that is the most important thing right now to convince a lot of these people. It's relatively a recent phenomenon. I don't think we've seen that accelerate as much as it has over the past year, and so I think this is where we're making progress with actually converting the real Bitcoin maximalists into the EVM ecosystem. I also think there's a reality that a lot of the smaller Bitcoin retail holders just acquire Bitcoin on the EVM or on an exchange. They're not really Bitcoin native, or if they are, they're a whale at this point. So I don't know if I count them as true retail in a sense, not anymore. So I think it's interesting to kind of categorize what we mean by Bitcoin retail in many cases.
Just one final thing. I think the Morpho Coinbase Bitcoin announcement, that's a really elegant solution where you're having Bitcoiners use DeFi, right? So they don't need to become trench warriors, but they're harnessing the power of Ethereum DeFi. So yeah, I would like to see more solutions like that.
And is that kind of baked into both of your strategies when you think about, product access? Is getting those integrations where the users already are a key part of it, or do you want more to come directly to your interface, or how do you kind of view growth channels?
Yeah, I think we share some overlap here, but then they're actually taking a slightly different approach. So I'll let you touch on that. But at Beta, we take a B2B approach. And so we work with partners and help them meet their strategic goals. So historically, vault providers have tried to drive everyone to their own interface, and that's really challenging. Anyone bootstrapping a protocol knows how challenging it is to get your own distribution channel. And from a user pain points perspective, it doesn't make a ton of sense. I'm so excited to mint LBTC. I go to Lombard interface. And then I'm supposed to know that there's some vault platform out here that's actually going to abstract away the complexity, like how do I discover that? So that's why we've taken the B2B approach, because we want to be at the user fingertips. I know Nadim sort of takes that approach sometimes, and then they do something else. I'll let you touch on that.
No, I mean, I think it is a fair point. I think you can do both. Like, you can essentially integrate yourself in other people's experience, which is something we're going to do not only for vaults, but also for liquidation protection, even the money market. I think we don't see enough of this in DeFi, of just essentially having interfaces that just point to each other. There are security risks, and that's probably the reason why it doesn't happen as much, but it is, from a user experience perspective, probably the superior thing to do here. On the kind of vault strategy side of things, we really only ever want to come in where there is complexity that is worth abstracting away, and there's a reason to even do that in terms of like returning some better yield or an interesting risk profile on that yield. So in the case of Morpho specifically, we are very soon launching a set of Morpho vaults that will simply abstract away the complexity on a per asset basis, where today if you want to go to Morpho, you have USDC, there's like about 40 different opportunities to put your USDC to work. And so there is a very clear kind of layer that you can create on top that simply allocates to the best possible yield. It is not in any way rocket science, but for your average user, it is very much an improved UX. And that's something that we can make accessible within both the Concrete and Morpho UI down the line.
Yeah. And Leo, curious from your perspective, it seems like there's two main flavors of DeFi, Bitcoin and DeFi emerging. You have wrapped assets like CBBTC. You have these LSTs like Lombard. How do you kind of view this more centralized versus decentralized wrapping kind of playing out over the next year or so? Which will kind of emerge victorious, or will they live kind of side by side?
Yes, from my perspective, is that I think the different assets and the different structure, centralized or decentralized one, have a different flavor for a different kind of investor. I would say, like institutional ones, maybe they want to have a centralized and the regular one, custodial BTC version to hold them to hold it, or at least they can leverage this kind of custodial regular one to earn more yield. And I think for the Bitcoin, LSD, or derivatives, open a gate to let the institutional, they can earn more yield by putting their Bitcoin into the work instead of just putting inside a custodial or just like a central exchange. So like a centralized one or custodial one, I think this is like a bridge to bringing the traditional finance money into the DeFi, because they can put their BTC into the work instead of just holding inside their cold wallet or central exchange. And I think BTC LSD also open some more maybe risky or more risk exposure to the DeFi yield, so that they can put their money into the work instead of just keep the value storage and they cannot do anything. So I think that both assets are pretty important to this industry, as well as more and more the different kind of BTC derivatives coming on, no matter Lombard or the new project to create a new BTC structured product. I think it will help more the traditional finance to get into the DeFi liquidity, so that our DeFi market can continue to grow up and the whole Bitcoin market cap can further grow up. That's my point.
Yeah, I think also they are more used to the wrapped asset, right? Like they are more used to sophisticated thinking regarding this kind of thing. So they are quite comfortable with it. So we haven't seen, this is why, like it's the same with BlackRock, it was the same with Apple. This is why they use us. Like they don't have, it's not a friction for them in that sense to use wrapped assets. So I think it's okay, like it's fine. Nothing weird for them in an institution to use the kind of things.
Yeah. And Josh, what are you seeing in terms of, on your platform, or just in general views on, more centralized wrapped Bitcoin versus Bitcoin LSTs?
It feels like the providers, like the major providers, feel pretty trustworthy. I know people don't like using the word trustworthy, but that's sort of my take. I don't have really any deep thoughts on this one.
Just quick note on this. I don't think trustless solution or self-custody solution ever fully replace custody. There's always going to be like certain actors, certain stakeholders that want custody. They prefer quantifiable counterparty risk that they're familiar with to the more uncertain but maybe reduced risk of self-custody, and that's just the reality of it. We might have seen a correction on like market share where there's more non-custodial alternatives, and that's a good thing. But I think that will never replace the custodial solutions. You'll just see them re-emerge because some people are looking for custody, and that's probably something that's always going to happen.
And then what do you think about any kind of long tail risks that folks aren't thinking about with wrapping all these complex of wrapping and unwrapping assets? You have Bitcoin being used in all these DeFi protocols. The underlying BTC is being held somewhere else. Are we fully aware of any risks that we're incurring as an industry by this kind of model?
I think we are aware of the risks with like wrapping at multiple level, but I don't think we are necessarily able to quantify how quickly that spreads throughout the entire kind of DeFi, very composable, very integrated ecosystem, if it ever does unravel. Have we come close to this? No. And do we understand what could go wrong? Yes. But if it goes wrong, do we understand how far it could get? Not necessarily. At least I haven't seen anyone really quantify like how that spreads almost systemically through DeFi. We are all trying to avoid this. There are safeguards in place. But yeah, that's definitely not something we fully grasp as an industry yet. And I think the complexity is increasing faster than the security is improving around these things, or at least faster than safeguards are being introduced. Doesn't mean it's not something that we can do, just kind of a thing we can observe right now.
Just on this, I think one improvement maybe over last cycle is, at least with the stuff we're building, like as earn products or yield products, at least the earning is happening on chain. Like, and there, where the assets are. So it's not necessarily like maybe there's, and we've, as an industry, I think gotten more secure over the last few years. So like, I think we're incrementally more secure. There's more transparency on where assets are and what they're doing. So like, that is an improvement.
Where the yield comes from, right? The age-old question.
Well, I mean, and there's points, right? And points can be a little fugazi sometimes. But so I think like that's a component. And then like Nadim mentioned, you have these, one of the beauties of DeFi is that it's composable, right? So like people always like enjoy the composability, but with that comes like, stacking of different risks. So something we have to balance, and I'm sure the market will figure it out.
Yeah. And Leo, do you have thoughts on that area?
Yes. Can I have the question again? Sorry.
Yeah. Do you view the risks that we're adding on as an industry by wrapping and unwrapping all these assets as sort of sustainable? Are we aware of these risks? What if a Bybit type situation happened, with someone who was storing all this Bitcoin? Like, are we aware of the kind of risk we're incurring?
Yeah, that's it for this kind of a security problem or security concern is always actually the highest priority because we built a whole stack for more than almost 4 years. And this is the reason why we think, because we think as long as the market continues to grow up, you should have a very institution-grade and a battle-test solution to protect different kind of assets, no matter for the Bitcoin or no matter for the small market cap token, because we value each token should be very important. Each token value to matter to their community. So we value this so much. So just like a Bitcoin, Bybit hack, so we have a very decentralized set. This is why we built it. They have staked hundreds of millions of money to get into it. So we already had a very scalable and security bridge. The next step is right now we're trying to streamline the user experience because more and more trends and more DeFi have been happening on a different blockchain like Beira chain, like Hyperliquid money in the future, or maybe BAS Upchain. So we want to make the user experience quite good and composable to any DeFi protocol. So we also have a solution called Hook, so that we can allow any DeFi protocol to input this so that they can onboard the liquidity from any chain to get into their DeFi protocol within one click. So I think the next step, because we already had a very good security stack, the next step is streamline the user experience. That's my point.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on kind of Bitcoin risk that we're incurring with wrapping and unwrapping?
For the wrapping and wrapping, we have a similar approach, right? Because as a protocol, but it's very hard. I mean, the liquidity fragmentation is the problem, regardless of the assets, right? Like, and the wrapping and unwrapping is adding to that. So I agree more with the idea that we don't really know. I mean, right now, it's very hard, I think, to say how this is going to unfold. Like, I don't think we have a clear answer. But of course, the wrap asset is what we use the most. I mean, it's a very good way. It was a very I think technically that it is a good way. I think it is not the ultimate way. And I agree for the user experience is like, I mean, I came from EVML to rollup where we also had bridging on the L2 side. I mean, you cannot keep having this. Like that cannot, as an engineer, as a developer, as a DevRel, like we cannot keep explaining what's happening on all those steps because you want to abstract it, yes, great, but if they abstract it, then they don't really understand what's happening under the hood. So it's very difficult, the line between, okay, this is what a wrap asset does, and this is what the users see. It's cool, but like you need to understand what is happening when you wrap an asset, and you need to understand where the liquidity is going, because otherwise it looks like everything is magic. Yeah. Like this is not how it works. It's a tech, right?
Yeah.
So.
I mean, it's not too dissimilar from stablecoins, right? Where
Yeah.
I think no one really knows what would happen in a major unwind.
Exactly, 40 version of USDC today. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know where they're going. Like, what do you want me to say? I can, and it's my job to explain to people that, like, what is actually happening when you wrap a token, where your authority goes. Like, people think they wrap a token and they have ownership. Dude, you have no ownership over that. Like, you know, it's very important that, and as much as they don't understand that, they also don't know where the liquidity fully goes. Like, it's a bit of a, but I think it's still, even with Bitcoin, I still think it's a good way to onboard people. You will not onboard the maxi on the wrapped asset. Let's forget it. But again, do we want? I mean, my question, I mean, is more a question for you guys because I'm less of a DeFi. I mean, I'm more a tech person. But like, I want to know if the goal here is to onboard like the retail, the institution, the people they know Bitcoin, but they're not necessarily maxis, right? Maybe we leave the maxi doing what they love the most, and that's it, and that's fine. Maybe that is, and therefore you actually offer two different technical solutions. Yeah. I don't think people will, people they also today like use LST, like, I don't think they are fully, maybe the main goal is not to have a full custodian, you know, solution and have everything on their ledger and like never move those assets around. Like, I don't think that is the end goal. So maybe we can have a very competitive market of which kind of interop solution give the best bridge. The one that give the best UX maybe is not gonna have the most custodial option, and maybe that's okay.
Yeah, and it's all just trade-offs at the end of the day, right?
Yes,
and you have
it's
to decide.
a trade-off for everything you do, actually.
Yeah, and
So-
correct me if I'm wrong, but there's almost like three types of kind of market actors we're talking about here. There's sort of Bitcoin holders that are just used to like a very secure, you know, self-sovereign setup. There's sort of DeFi enjoyers who love interacting on chain, and then there's institutions who probably only interact out of like qualified custody. Do you think we need to build separate products for each kind of stack, or are we building two generalized and try to fit everyone in it? How do you think like we're doing kind of fitting products to these different groups?
The way we think about it for like Concrete's entire product suite is you can build the product so that it essentially reveals itself to you as you decide to engage with its complexity. At the kind of face layer, base level, it should just look as simple as possible. But as you try and do more things, we should give you all the options that the protocol is capable of. So if you take an example of a Concrete vault, you can do a simple deposit, get access to a strategy. It is literally a one-click on a UI. However, you can decide to then take the underlying asset, put it through a money market, loop that, redeposit in the Concrete strategy, and that's still all possible within Concrete. You might also decide to get liquidation protection on that asset and trade that liquidation protection with someone else. Also all possible within Concrete, but we don't open with that. We only make that available if you're a sophisticated enough user to engage with that complexity.
To your question, I think I love the way you guys think about things because I think that's really clever. I do think you do need to, like, between maybe a crypto degen and like an enterprise type customer, institutional type customer, maybe sometimes they need a little bit different products, but like the need still is the same. Like I want secure, like above average yield typically. At least that's what I think the biggest TAM is. And then to Nadim's point, like people think like, oh, vaults abstract away complexity. They're actually just for retail. And it's like, no, because the vault share token is composable within DeFi, for those power users, they can do that loop sort of flow that Nadim mentioned. So obviously we love vaults and we think they can meet a lot of different needs, but yeah, that's how we think about things.
Yes, I think I can provide some bridge related to perspective. Like the institution, they would only care about security. So we already roll out a very secure solution to satisfy the institution like a Dutch bank. But for the DeFi region, they care more about the speed and the price actually. So we also partner up with our Squid, the bridge partner, to roll out the intent-centric bridge so that we can provide a pretty fast settlement and pretty good price across the major chain so that we can also satisfy the DeFi region to bridge the Bitcoin asset or any asset for a stable coin across the chain to satisfy their demand. But as for the last group, the Bitcoin maxis, that's right. I think they are not quite familiar with DeFi, or I would say that maybe they are the newcomers of a DeFi ecosystem. So what we have to do, not just from the bridge side, but we are trying to streamline user experience, trying to educate them how to bridge from maybe a Babylon or maybe from a Bitcoin mania to get a wrap version and then start enjoying the DeFi trading or any DeFi yield farming. So at that point, I think it's a whole industry we have to trying to convert the Bitcoin maxi. But if they don't want to accept that, that's cool. But if somebody want to accept this, we will further to grow the DeFi BTC-fied market at all. So I think it's a good point. It won't hurt anything to educate a newcomer, like your mom, like your dad. I think it's so cool.
Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think nobody is more used to people who have a different mindset and mechanism than people that work in interrupt. I mean, we have to deal with Solana, with Sui, with Ethereum community. Like, I guarantee you that they are not looking for the same thing, and neither the user, neither the developer. So I think the interrupt solution is really, of course you will build a different product based on, you would not say you will build a different product, but you would need to adapt to where your users are and wherever your devs are, basically. Like today, for instance, if you're a developer on Solana, let's say Wormhole obviously has major, I mean, if you want to go to Solana, you know where to go, right? So that is, but like those developers on Solana, it's very hard for them to understand that when you need to bridge to Ethereum, then you need to wait for finality, and that's 17 minutes. And they're like, oh, yeah, right. You know, like you are dealing with different urgencies here. So if you deal with BlackRock and Apollo, obviously you don't deal with the guy that go and pop the fund, right? Like it makes sense. So your product should reflect also where your users are, where the liquidity needs to go. And I think this is what DeFi does very well and very fast. And I have worked in Web 2 before, like as an engineer, and like everything takes forever. Like we have to give a lot of credit to that industry that is really, really adapting to whatever is happening as fast as we go. And I think this is why we work here, I think.
Awesome. Well, I know we hit time, but yeah, a huge thank you to our speakers for sharing their thoughts. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.